trivializes or humiliates both the Holocaust and other genocides, which have been officially recognized by the state. Let's go back now to the example I mentioned. On the occasion of the passing before the Parliament the Covenant of Partnership, the Bishop of Kalavrita and Giale, Ambrosios, publishes in December 2015 in his personal blog an article under the title "Dregs of Society Have Raised Their Heads. Spit on them." I read some of the characterizations against the homosexuals. Do not go near them. Do not listen to them. Do not trust them. They are the damned of society. Those people spit on them, disapprove them. They are not humans. They are abominations of nature. They are suffering. They have intellectual disorders. So do not hesitate. Whenever and wherever you meet them, do not let them raise their head. And after this publication in the internet, a group of people filed a lawsuit, and in 2016, and a group of lawyers found ourselves in Aegon among dozens of church officials and priests, among people who were in favor of the Golden Dawn, and the court acquitted this church official. But then, on the second instance, the Court of Appeal ruled that there is no freedom of expression vis-à-vis these issues. On the first instance, he was acquitted by the invocation of freedom of speech, and the Supreme Court ratified the condemnation of this church official. So let's go to the main question. We heard it yesterday as well. Can someone, by invoking the freedom of speech, use such expressions, such the ones that I read to you? Are all the cases, all these expressions, similar? Is it justifiable in a democratic state to penalize someone for discourse, even if this discourse is revolting, is obnoxious? Second question. The arguments are two. The first one is that the freedom of speech is above all, whereas the second one considers that the vulnerable groups of people who are hit by hate speech, should be protected. The opponents of criminalizing hate speech, mainly the USA, reject any idea of additional restrictions to the freedom of speech. Beyond defamation and insulting, they believe that any criminalization of freedom of speech undermines democracy. Democracy means that anyone can express his opinion publicly. This is the foundation of a democratic state. Either we agree with his words or not. The other side, the ones who are the proponents of criminalization of hate speech, of Holocaust denial, believe that in this way they defend dignity and social standing of individuals and groups who are more or less vulnerable. The public humiliation of any type of group, Muslims, Roma, Jewish, whatever, hits and is against the equality of people who live in the same society. Now, what the Court of Human Rights has ruled on this. Let's start from the rule. Freedom of speech is at the top of protected rights. The protection that the European Court of Human Rights provides is extremely important, even when the discourse expressed provokes. The freedom of speech, this is a classical case, classical ruling of the European Court, which is mentioned by all courts in Europe, includes not just ideas and information that are favorably accepted and are considered inoffensive or indifferent, but also those which offend, shock, and disturb the state or a population group. The protection of freedom of speech is even more intense when this discourse is expressed in the context of political opposition. However, the Strasbourg Court believes that it is compatible to criminalize intolerant and racist discourse. It has undermined that tolerance and protection of equal value of all people constitute the foundation of a democratic and pluralistic society. Therefore, it is necessary to penalize and in order to prevent any form of expression that justifies hatred. But so far, the European Court has not determined a stable criterion. We do not know which is the line until which freedom of speech is accepted, and beyond that, it is acceptable to penalize racist discourse. There are some criteria, for instance, the context in which discourse is used, the means of communication, radio, television means have a more intense and more direct influence than a book. And of course, it also considers the recipients of this discourse. Two specific and characteristic cases. In a Turkish case, Karatepe against Turkey, he was an Islamist leader who was inciting people to turn against another group with violence, and the court condemned him. On the contrary, in another well-publicized case, Jersild against Denmark, where in the context of a discussion, a panel discussion, some extreme right proponents were invited and they exceeded the limits, but the court considered that the discussion was such that it was allowed to this group to use this type of expressions, this type of language. Finally, Strasbourg is more tolerant when the discourse in case pertains to people and facts of the past. In the case of Isorni against France, the court ruled that even if the comments that the appellants did, and they were capable of opening juxtaposition and bring back memories of the past. However, we cannot be so strict with events that are very far away in the past. In this line of thinking, the court ruled that the condemnation of fans of Maréchal Pétain for a publication in Le Monde which praised the work of his during the Second World War was against the freedom of speech. An exception, and Strasbourg is absolute on this, is the questioning of the Holocaust. Even though the court believes that the seeking of historical truth is an inseparable part of freedom of speech, and that the court, as any court, cannot be cannot undertake the role of the arbiter in issues discussed by historians. It has ruled that there is a category of commonly accepted historical facts, historical events, the Holocaust is among them, the denial or revision of which cannot enjoy the protection of the freedom of speech. The denial or undermining or trivialization of such events jeopardizes the values on which the rule of law is based in Europe. So, the court has condemned a French historian based on that. Germans who praised or who denied the Holocaust have been condemned. And under this light, more and more legal orders in Europe have penalized the denial of the Holocaust. First France, and then other countries, Belgium and others. Some thoughts in concluding what the Court of Human Rights and Case Law tells us in Greece. The constitutionally protected freedom of speech includes not just opinions and ideas that are likable, but those who insult, which shock, and which deviate. And it is for those that we have the freedom of speech. The mainstream opinions do not need to be protected. This attitude does not derive from any tolerance to racism discourse, but from the conviction that, as international experience has shown, that provisions that penalize without discrimination all expressions that deviate are not at all effective. Democracies have very many means, other means as well, in hand, so as not to let be born in the souls and in the minds of people racist ideas and convictions and beliefs. But there are two exceptions in extreme discourse, in extreme speech, for which it is considered justifiable to have the legislator intervening. The first exception is when the discourse exceeds the limit of transmitting the opinion of the person who says it and incites publicly to hate crimes. The differentiation is that there the discourse is penalized, the discourse that constitutes a true and unobjectionable threat against people. And this was the case with the church bishop. The second exception has to do with the criminalization of the denial of Holocaust, because in this case there is no issue of scientific research and public dialogue, but doubting of historical events. There is no issue of different way of thinking and seeking historical truth, but an offense of dignity and denial publicly of the equal value of people due to the specific features. In concluding, it would be difficult to discuss about criminalization of racist speech if racist violence did not exist. The criminalization of racist speech is justified because it is a way of practical manifestation of this hatred. Unfortunately, these crimes with a racist motive are not investigated, and they are not even recorded as such. Dozens of offenses and crimes to the detriment of life and bodily integrity of people remain in the dark. Apart from the one who expresses racist discourse, we should not forget to prosecute and condemn the instigator, that is, the person who does the racist act, whether it is bodily violence, rape, or homicide. Thank you very much. We thank Mr. Malios for this very comprehensive presentation and the data he presented to us. Before you step down, is there any question to Mr. Malios? Please wait for the microphone.
Good morning. I'm the German General Consul, Sibylla Bendig, in Thessaloniki, and I have just one technical question. You quoted the decision of the European Court of Human Rights. Could you tell me, you said 2015, could you tell me where I can find that? I'd like to read it. It seems to be very important.
I said I gave you various decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. Most of them came from these rulings of the European Court of Human Rights. The case of condemnation of the Turkish officer for his racist discourse is the case Karatepe. The Danish case, where the court considered that it is justifiable to hear extreme expressions because it was in the context of a discussion, a panel discussion, is the case Jersild against Denmark, or just Jersild. The case of non-condemnation of the French officer, the French individual, for praising the Vichy regime is the case Garaudy against France. And the first case with which the European Court said, yes, it is justifiable to seek historical truth, but I put a limit on the Holocaust. For the Holocaust, there is no issue of seeking the historical truth. But it is a case of malicious intent to affect the human character. It is the case of Chauvy against France. Chauvy against France. Thank you very much. With what Plevris did, what should we do on the basis of the legal framework in the court? Plevris has a track record. Just let me recall that the reason for which he was not condemned a few years ago, because at the time the Central Board of Jewish Communities had tried, and I know the case then, about his book, Jews, the Whole Truth. He was not condemned because at the time there was no racist discourse. It was just defamation that existed then and was condemned. Now, regarding yesterday's affair, in his attitude in court, the Nazi salute as such is not penalized. It is, of course, revolting to us, but it is not punished. In Greece, it is not punished. It is not penalized. The specific salute based on the law mentioned is not penalized. Whether it should be penalized or not, it's another discussion. There is no microphone, unfortunately, and we cannot hear the comments. It is not penalized based on the existing law. The judge, what should he have done? Well, that's another question. Clearly, he's not punished, but he should expel him from the room if it was during the trial, if it was during the hearing. Microphone, please. The answer is clearly, yes, clearly. But it has been violated by so many and by the specific person that, unfortunately, could you please ask the people to use a microphone? If you want my personal opinion, it is, even if it is provocative, it is in the context of a lawyer's game, because it cannot be done, it cannot be worse for his customer. So, in this way, it is a professionally unethical stance. The Athens Bar Association can delete his name because he is conducting acts which are not appropriate to the profession of the lawyer. Yes, it could do it. All the ethics codes of all professions have a provision regarding acts that are inappropriate to the profession. Such an act by neo-Nazis against the mother of the person assassinated can be considered only as a provocation. Is there any other question for Mr. Mallios? Otherwise, we will thank him and we will go on. Thank you, Mr. Mallios, for your very interesting presentation. We go on with our second speaker, who is Mr. Eliezer, whom I would like to ask to take his to come to the board. He's the Secretary General of the Central Board of Jewish Communities of Greece, and he will talk about the positions and the views of this Central Board of Jewish Communities regarding combating, fighting anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion and denial on the digital battlefield. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Mr. Polidorakis for this, the honor of inviting me. Let us therefore start from the fact that 77 years after the Holocaust, Jews are 2% of the USA population and 0.2% of the world population. Logically, this would seem that in order to identify, one would have to make a special effort. Still, every year, Jews are number one targets of hate crimes related to religion. Why? But because those who promote anti-Semitism adopt and promote one of the most more fatal conspiracy policies in history. And if Goebbels had internet, the result, the outcome of the war would have been very different. The course of humanity would have been very different. The fantasy of Jewish domination is incredibly flexible, and this makes it incredibly attractive. If Jews are responsible for each one of our problems, then this theory becomes, from a fantasy, becomes the interpreting analysis of a problem. And, of course, due to the fact that there is centuries of material which is deemed to be to show that the troubles of the world are the responsibility of Jews, then the conspiracy theory academics who are seeking for a scapegoat, of course, discover the invisible hand of their oppressor as belonging to one invisible Jew. In contrast with every other kind of fanaticism, anti-Semitism is not just a social prejudice. It is a conspiracy theory. But the pandemic of COVID-19, has become a war where during its 3 years has, for the first time in humanity, people are not taking the lives of others, but are saving the lives of others. So, on the 1st of May of 2020, early in the morning, I remember that I went to a coffee delivery store, and there were a group of people standing there and discussing. I was waiting patiently, and I listened to their discussion. You have understood nothing. There is no coronavirus. It is Mitsotakis who is playing in the hands of Jews in order to take measures to take us back to the crisis so that their banks can make money. That's it, I said. Let me listen. And so, for all those who died, it's the responsibility of Mitsotakis, apparently. Anyway, this phenomenon is not only analyzed in front of Athens coffee shops. The man that the former American President Trump appointed as the press officer of the health ministry, Michael Caputo, accused David Rothschild that he is a hybrid elitist choke, the family of whom is wants to control everyone. And that is why they are always lying about President Trump. And of course, populism being identical with idiocy, David Rothschild, the New York economist, has nothing to do with the Rothschild family of Europe. On the 1st of May 2022, Russian anti-Semitism is divulged again, this time from Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, who, according to the well-known conspiracy theory of the protocols of the elders of Zion that first circulated in Tsarist Russia. He said that on Russian TV that Hitler was of Jewish origin in order to question the fact that the President of Ukraine is a Jew, but also is an anti-Semitist. He said that the greatest anti-Semites are Jews, in order to show that Zelensky can be a Jew and an anti-Semitic personality. Therefore, the Jews have suicidal syndrome, which kill themselves. Therefore, this is a self-destructive syndrome, according to the Russian minister. This goes beyond folly and, of course, puts into danger the lives and prosperity of 180,000 Jews who still live in Russia. The leaders of populism are re-emerging in force in the countries where they already govern, such as Sweden and elsewhere. They try to blame third parties for the fact that measures were not taken in time to protect the country's population. The thing is that while the pandemic has brought people together against an enemy that does not make distinction of age, gender, color, religion, or ethnic origin, the conspiracy theories and populism divide societies. They create scapegoats. They rely on stereotypes and disseminate hate while encouraging violence. Therefore, while the logic of a common treatment, of a common attitude towards the pandemic was able to do away with religious fanaticism and passions, at the same time, the irrationality of populism is reproducing these theories and reproduces fanaticism. Vis-à-vis this populism, political leadership, the media and society itself must build a wall of intelligence, of responsibility, and of wisdom. Without that, it is very easy to hatch for the eggs of the serpent to rehatch. So today, anti-Semitism is not popular among certain European left-wing circles who then opt to align themselves with the extremist Palestinian propaganda and reproduce the anti-Zionistic slogans, maintaining that they are not anti-Semitic but anti-Zionist. The fact that people choose to identify the Israeli government, the Israeli army, with the Nazi regime and the Nazis is anti-Semitism. The relative view of Auschwitz, the place where millions of Jews came to a terrible death with the miserable living conditions of Palestinians in Gaza, yes, is anti-Semitism, because to identify Israel with Nazi, with the absolute evil, is nothing more than allowing Israeli society to be removed from any moral value. It is what Andrei Tagiev described as a phobia of the Jews. So the rise of anti-Semitism is a sign of extensive social and political failure, according to MED. It is at this point I would like to point out the special ruling of the High Court of Spain a few days ago that any boycotting of the State of Israel is an act that goes against human rights. So anti-Semitism goes against the very core of the value of democratic values. That is why it is necessary to put an end to the tolerance vis-à-vis hate and racism, which is either turning against Jews or against any minority living among us. We are witnessing a rhetoric of hate speech that is easily transformed into violence and criminal attacks. This starts with the Jews, but does not stop with the Jews. Democracy, as it flourished in Europe after World War II, is tolerant to every ideology and every collective movement, even vis-à-vis those that aim to destroy it. But which are the limits of this tolerance? The decision of the Greek courts, which names a Nazi grouping as a criminal organization, delegitimizes the neo-Nazi theory, which is sabotaging democracy. It is a historic decision that does not only relate to Greece, but to Europe as a whole, because it sets the limits of tolerance against those who using violence turn against racial or religious minorities, against those who are different, who do not serve the supremacy of their own race, National Socialism, and the final solution that Adolf Hitler imposed. Unfortunately, already yesterday, we heard it a while ago, in a Greek court, an active a working lawyer who was the counsel of someone who was condemned for participation in a criminal organization did not hesitate to make the Nazi salute inside the courthouse, which means that Nazism is not. We're not finished with Nazism, as we heard yesterday from George Kaltadzis, the Secretary General of Religious Affairs. Only during 2021, more than 3.5 million anti-Semitic posts were recorded in internet platforms, while only 25% of those anti-Semitic posts were removed. In Twitter, for instance, hashtag Hitler was right is still allowed and is being used. The Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is free to use the platform to express his wish for the destruction of the State of Israel. Moreover, TikTok and Telegram, as we also heard yesterday, are full of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. So within a digital environment, lies go around much faster than truth. Doing away with this fact on the digital front is necessary, but another step is necessary in order to achieve that. The tech companies must do more in order to deal with that. Some improvement has been made, as we heard yesterday, for Facebook and Instagram as regards the posting or reference to anti-Semitic content. But I wish the same were true for Twitter and TikTok. The most effective way to encourage companies tech companies to participate in the fight against the anti-Semitism and the legitimization of their platform would be for them to adopt the extensively accepted working definition of antisemitism by IHRA, which has been adopted by many countries and organizations around the world. They have to define and describe antisemitism accurately in order to be able to fight it. Just last Wednesday, the Spanish Parliament introduced a law which forbids organizations which promote anti-Semitism from being funded. This law includes the IHRA definition as it stands in order to define anti-Semitism. And just yesterday, the Deputy Minister of the Greek government, Panagiotis Pikramenos, with his address that was read to us by the Secretary General of Religious Affairs, he said that there is going to be an action plan for fighting anti-Semitism in Greece. And finally, as Maram Stern wrote, the Executive Vice President of the Jewish World Council, in a few years there will be no survivors to give us their experience of the Holocaust, since their numbers are dwindling. On the contrary, we will have millions of information that travel the world, that go around the world, which say that these survivors were exaggerating or even lying regarding their dehumanization and their persecution from Nazi regimes. So if we do not act now, not only is the remembrance of the Holocaust going to be lost, and whatever this means for our society, but we will suffer from the restoration of the violent ideology that was behind the Holocaust. So we call upon governments and international organizations to take a more active role in fighting this hatred in the digital world. And finally, what I'd like to conclude with is what Manos Hatzidakis wrote in 1993, a little while before his death. Today is more topical than ever. Neo-Nazism, he says, fascism, racism, and every antisocial and anti-human phenomenon and behavior is not the result of an ideology. It does not contain ideology. It does not generate ideology. It is the expression of the beast that we always have, we all have inside us, magnified, which appears every time the conditions allow it to emerge. And the only antibiotic that we can take in order to fight against this beast is education. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Eliezer, for describing us in a very eloquent manner the position of the Central Council of Jewish Communities in Greece. I will ask you to allow questions to be asked at the end. Maybe the following speakers will make up or will answer some of the potential questions, and we will continue with our next speaker, Leon Saltiel, a member of the Greek delegation to the IHRA. Mr. Saltiel, you have the floor. Mr. Saltiel is a PhD of modern Greek history about the Holocaust in Thessaloniki. His book has been awarded the Yad Vashem International Award for book in 2021, and his other book is also published. Do not forget, 3 Jewish mothers write to their children at Yad Vashem. He is very experienced in fighting anti-Semitism and the remembrance of Holocaust, and in recent years he is the representative of the World Jewish Congress in Geneva and UNESCO in Paris. He is going to discuss the issue of the international initiatives against anti-Semitism and the efforts that take place in the digital battlefield. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this honoring invitation. Mr. Polidorakis, head of the Greek delegation to the IHRA. Under the leadership of which I also serve. And I would also like to thank the Municipality of Ioannina and Mr. Elisaf, the mayor. In this very topical conference on anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion and denial on the digital battlefield and fighting against them. It is a challenge to speak on the second day of a conference which had so rich papers and references. Maybe everything that needed to be said has been said, so I have to come up with something that you have not heard yet and take forward some thoughts that have already been expressed. Before starting, I want to ask something that I always had in mind. With the rise of anti-Semitism that we see globally and in Greece, How can we say that we do whatever we can, we do our best to fight anti-Semitism when anti-Semitism is on the rise? For me, it is a major challenge. And what I'm going to tell you, policies that we take in organizations and in states, some of them are successful. However, anti-Semitism rises. So for me, this remains a challenge. How do we do our best, or think we do our best, and not achieve our objective? So this day, for me, this conference, is a rallying of all those who are interested in democracy and the rule of law and the war against fascism, to think where we are, where we stand, and to coordinate our efforts even more. It is also important to mention that this rise of anti-Semitism, especially on the digital battlefield, does not remain there. The internet users are physical entities, and the radicalization, this extremism that they adopt, that they embrace on the digital battlefield, is transformed in their reality. And we have seen quite often a link between radicalization and anti-Semitic discourse on the internet in attacks, anti-Semitic attacks in real life. We have seen it in Germany, in the US, and in other countries. And of course, the victims of anti-Semitism are not just Jews. It's the broader society and the rule of law, as I said, and democracy. So for me, war against anti-Semitism is a war against democracy. The war against anti-Semitism is a war for democracy. It is very important to be able to study the dimensions of anti-Semitism on the digital battlefield to inform better decisions. It is very difficult to do it due to the complexity and the volume of information. And I will give you some data. I just wanted to show you this book, Antisemitism and on Social Media, which was published recently. It is among the first efforts of researchers to synthesize what is happening on the internet on this. And I have also an article in this book with my colleague Hatzis for the role of civil society, how they will inform the social media companies on the various anti-Semitic contents that exist in these platforms. But for me, when you give the academics the possibility to express themselves, what is resulting is very interesting. There is an article on the anti-Semitic logic on the internet in Urdu, in the Urdu language. And this gives you an example of how many data we can have, how many information we can get with all these researchers. In the central part of my presentation, I will talk about the role of three groups, I would say. The states, the social media companies, and international organizations, based on the their international commitments and practices, and based on the international law and human rights, which we always need to keep in mind when we talk about these issues. The states, as the main players of the international system, have a major role to play, and they have a lot of tools available to fight these phenomena. One of those is, of course, legislation. In the European framework, we're talking about Digital Services Act. Mrs. Asimakopoulou knows about it, and the European Union discusses about it. We heard about states, England, Germany, having such legislation. This is a challenge for all European countries and all countries in the world to prepare legal frameworks. We discussed yesterday, and we discussed today about the Greek legal framework, whether it should be intensified or broadened. Beyond legislation, there are also regulatory frameworks, that is, rules that can be adopted by the companies on a more practical level, not so legal. The European Union has also built similar contexts, code of conducts, for instance, that the social media companies, where the social media companies undertake some commitments. The information campaigns are very important. It is extremely important for the states to raise awareness in the society and explain how they can use social media. And it is important for the users in order for them to understand what is true, what is truth, what is a lie, and to incorporate these international practices and standards I mentioned in the internal practices, in domestic practices. The strategy to combat anti-Semitism on a national level, and we salute this initiative announced yesterday about the action plan. This must be disseminated beyond politics, beyond the level of politics. It has to go to the policeman, to the teacher. This is very important. And of course, educational policies to educate young people who are actually the users of the internet in order to protect themselves, but also to educate their teachers, because quite often a lot of what is perceived by the students comes from the internet, and the teachers cannot respond because they do not know how these pupils have have received this information. I was invited by the University of Cyprus, and I talked to a group of Cypriot teachers who did not know at all how to filter the internet and be able to explain things that their children, their pupils learned. They knew nothing about the internet, whereas their pupils were on the phone every day, and they were absolutely knowledgeable about what is happening in the platform. So the teachers need to be educated and trained on all these topics in order for them to understand when their students follow hatred calls on the internet. On the level of companies, social media companies, I'm going to give you details about results on policies to follow content and to manage content. There we have a clear improvement with compared to where there is no control, but there are still deficiencies. So it is still important to keep pressuring on them to further improve the content management. In this context, transparency is very important. Procedures to identify content and label it, and also what is mentioned, because sometimes there is a procedure where one highlights it and points it out, but there is no feedback. So this transparency is very important. For researchers, as I said, I mentioned about the book where I collaborated with this group of researchers. It was very difficult to get data from social media companies. The access to data, what material exists, how you can follow it, etc. It is very difficult. It becomes even more so when we talk about Instagram, for instance, where we have pictures, and TikTok and YouTube, where we have videos. How can a researcher follow a video to see hate speech? It is very difficult, time-wise and possibilities-wise. We are also talking about the algorithms that these companies use, and quite often these algorithms are blamed for further radicalization of the audience, because quite often when you watch a video, in order for the companies to keep you watch even more, the next video that follows is even more provocative than the previous one. So the more you go on watching the videos, the more the content is worsened. Moreover, the companies need to collaborate with the civil society in order for us to understand the problems more in depth. For instance, on anti-Semitism, quite often they do not talk openly for issues that one could understand as anti-Semitic. They use the memes, they use pictures, they use dates. For instance, Hitler's birthday has been codified as a date, and this is expressed on the internet. If we do not train these social media companies for all the manifestations of racist discourse, it is very difficult for them to identify it. Also, the provocations are different in the various languages: German, English, French, Greek. And of course, Greek is a smaller market for social media companies, so they invest less time and money to train the people they have for content management in the posts. So this is the role of the Greek government, to exert pressure on these companies for the Greek-speaking internet, to have people who will be able to respond, who know and respond to the various complaints that are brought by the people. And at the level of the companies, there are some companies that do not cooperate. There are many companies that refuse, and even others in the dark web where it is very difficult to collaborate. So we try as much as we can with the companies that cooperate. But we see there is, when we cut them from one platform, they go to another platform that are not controlled or that are even darker. So this is a major challenge as well. For the international organizations now level, where I am active mainly, and where I can give you some recent developments, there an effort is being made to prepare these international standards and practices so as to help the national policies, both on the legal level and the practical level. Again, there we see the differences in culture among various countries. At the level of the UN, and we have the issue of hate speech. We have different priorities in the Muslim countries, different priorities in European countries, different priorities in the USA, with the First Amendment, where there is no limit on the freedom of expression, and so on and so forth. So on the international level, things are complex because the countries that are active there come from different cultural backgrounds. The strategy of the European Union against anti-Semitism, which provides for policies for the internet, is, I believe, a historical fact. Anyone who has not read the strategy of the European Union, I call upon them to read it. And we will hear Mr. Schinas later on. It is the first effort to codify and to present all this on all levels in a European framework. And the European Union needs to be commended because it is leading many of these challenges today. And I would like to inform you about a joint declaration in the Council on Human Rights. It happened on Monday, and it was announced by the Minister of Finance of Slovakia in front of 50 countries: Greece, Cyprus, Germany, Canada, and other countries, the United Arab Emirates, Japan, and Argentina. 50 countries representing all the corners of the world. And there, in this joint declaration, this joint statement, the problem of anti-Semitism and hate speech and distortion of the Holocaust on the internet is recognized, and they commit themselves to fight all forms of anti-Semitism. These 50 states commit themselves to promote the battle against anti-Semitism on all the system of the UN, to fight hate speech and distortion of the Holocaust on the internet, always in respect of the freedom of speech and information, and to help the civil society in order to respond more efficiently in the challenges. This is a historical statement, I believe, and it is very important to be studied by all those interested in the topic. In this context, the unanimous resolution of the UN that was passed on the 22nd of January 2022, that is about 9-10 months ago, which coincided with the 80 years from the conference on Wannsee, which decided about the final solution, that is the Holocaust, Unanimously, the resolution condemns the distortion of the Holocaust, accepts the IHRA definition on Holocaust distortion. It adopts it. It is important to note that Greece was the first country to adopt this Holocaust distortion definition, the first country globally, and it is one of the three definitions that IHRA has. There is also the definition of antisemitism, of discrimination against Roma, and Holocaust distortion, and these definitions are in the arsenal of IHRA. And the resolution of the UN calls upon the members, the states, to adopt policies to fight antisemitism. Another very important development is the call by UNESCO that has been mentioned, but I would like to discuss it a bit more. Unfortunately, the copies did not arrive on time so that you can get them. A few months ago, this report was published in cooperation with the UN and the Global Jewish Council. History Under Attack is the title. It is a very, very important title. And I would like to read the final sentence by the Secretary General, Mr. Guterres. I will read it in English and I will try to translate it.
Has jolt us into action to pursue truth, remembrance, and education, and together build a world of peace, dignity, and justice for all. Αυτή η έκθεση είναι μια επίγουσα κλίση αφύπνισης που πρέπει να είναι ελαττήριο για δράση, για να επιδιώξουμε την αλήθεια, τη μνήμη και την εκπαίδευση και μαζί να χτίσουμε έναν κόσμο ειρήνης και δικαιοσύνης για όλους.
This report found out what? This report found that although there are some content management means, many of the posts following the Holocaust distorted or denied. In this survey examined Telegram, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and one more platform. It examined 5 platforms. In TikTok, they found out that approximately 50% of posts regarding the Holocaust, they distorted. In Twitter, it is around 20%, TikTok 17%, Facebook 8%, and Instagram 3%. The content is in 4 languages. And there we have also differentiations between English, French, German, and Spanish. And of course, one of the findings of this report was that if the companies want to combat this phenomenon, they can adopt policies and practices to fight against hate speech and racist speech. And it is much easier to fight denial of the Holocaust than the distortion. Again, there we are entering into technical issues. It is a different thing to say that the Holocaust did not exist, and a different thing to say, yes, it existed, but this detail is not as it stood. And there the difficulty starts for you to understand what is the distortion and what is the denial. Quite often in these ostensibly scientific arguments, it is difficult to see what is the denial and what is the distortion. Mr. Saltiel, I have to ask you to finish soon. Finally, it is a website about Holocaust.org. And this website gives 50 answers to crucial questions on the Holocaust in a very simple language about Holocaust.org. And this platform was created to answer exactly this distortion of the Holocaust with fake news. The good thing is that this platform has been incorporated in Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. So any user of these media try to find terms about the Holocaust. There is a box appearing which says that if you want to get answers that are checked, you have to visit this page. So this is a good practice that I wanted to mention. Thank you very much for your attention and for your patience. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saltiel, for this comprehensive and very illuminating presentation. I think we heard a lot of things about the digital world, and most of us ignore them, how methodically the companies work in order to convey their messages. Now we will travel, we will connect with Geneva if we have this possibility, because sometimes technology betrays us. But this time, no, it does not. We will connect with Mr. Sami Namia from Geneva. Good afternoon from Greece, from Ioannina. Thank you for being with us. Before I give you the floor, allow me to say a few words about your CV. Mr. Sami Namias is a former Vice President of the Greek, the Jewish Youth of Athens. He works as a fellow for UN Watch, a non-governmental organization based in Geneva, whose mandate is to monitor the performance of the United Nations by the yardstick of its own charter. He served as the vice president of the Union of Jewish Youth of Athens, with a focus on providing educational opportunities and organizing volunteering activities for initiatives for students and young adults at the Jewish community of Athens. His presentation will mainly focus on two axes. First of all, the reflexes and that the young people need to have, and he will also talk about the social interventions that are necessary to face hate manifestations. Mr. Namias, you have the floor. Thank you very much. We are all ears.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this introduction. I should also like to thank Mr. Polidorakis for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak at this conference and represent the younger generation. As it was already said, we see two expressions of the at the digital battlefront. The thing is that people need to have the skills to react to the attacks and the hate speech events. The majority of young Greek Jews have been have suffered such attacks or cases. Most young people, therefore, hide their Jewish identity, especially in the university. And this observation was also found from a survey conducted last year, which I will come back later. I will then focus on some cases of such attacks. But I think I should briefly speak to you about the work that the youth organization of the Jewish community in Athens does. We address young Jews as well as Jewish young people of Jewish origin who live in Athens but originate from other parts of Greece. So we want to discuss and promote the future of Jewism in Greece. We are active in the following fields. We are a channel for culture of young Jewish people in order to promote our traditions to the younger generation. But the most important expression of our activities relates to the provision of a safe space for our young members where they feel that they belong, where they are welcome, and they can be in touch with some people, with people with whom they have common experiences. We also try to discuss issues related to the Jewish presence in the past and the Jewish presence in the past and at the present. We also understand the importance of debates and reflection on the present character of our communities. I would like to refer to the 2021 survey from Filippo Joanna, who is a member of the Larissa Jewish community, and myself, regarding the identity of young Greek Jews. We wanted to investigate the identity and the origins that characterize a young Greek Jew in every dimension. The survey included young people from 18 to 30 years old from Athens and other Greek communities, and with different relationships to social activities. So we tried to investigate as many different viewpoints as possible. Through our questions, we wanted to identify how a young Jewish girl or boy describe themselves, identify themselves in a Greek Jewish community. I think that we came to rather interesting findings and conclusions. It has been published at the Aleph magazine with Victor Eliezer as its editor. So let me tell you that, first of all those questioned have felt that they have been have negative reception when they state, and people are hesitant to wear the kippah in Greece. People feel that this is a result of ignorance and social education, that there is no real hatred, but there are some prejudices which are repeated and people do not question. Whatever the reason for that, the fact is that this hesitancy affects the self-identification of young Jews in Greece. Secondly, the issue of the Holocaust remembrance and how important it is for young people, the so-called third generation since the Holocaust. One could say that the Holocaust experience as an identifier of the young generation is a bit problematic concerning as regards their identity, because this is the transgenerational trauma. But as through the discussions, people focused more on the moral duty of the remembrance and their heritage, and how they feel responsible to maintain this fact, the remembrance. People have awareness about this Holocaust, and they are willing to discuss it with their friends. It is important for them to play their role and to contribute to promoting the truth about the Holocaust. Through my contacts with the young people of young Jews in Athens, I saw some patterns emerge. A new anti-Semitic comment, a new case, a new post are very commonplace. I belong to a generation that has grown up with the social media, and we use the platforms in order to connect to the world, and sometimes in order to feel that we belong to a larger group and we have a purpose. At the same time, extremism is encouraged very easily. Not only this allows people that adopt such ideas to feel that they belong to a larger group of people who have the same ideas, but it also promotes increasingly extremist ideas. It is an ecosystem that is constantly radicalized. it is as if the filters are removed and inhibitions are removed. A characteristic examples would be the Telegram platform, which has been repeatedly mentioned here, which is promoted as the uncontrolled controlled version of the mainstream social media. There is a distorted interpretation of the right to free speech is exercised. There are many theories that are completely uninhibited. Intolerance goes uncontrolled, and there are many conspiracy theorists who place Jews at the very center of all the events, and these are repeated and repeated again, so they become the norm. So we have to look at this ecosystem. Maybe they are these platforms are handled by people from the dark web, but still we do not accept them. We should not accept them. There are groups that target the different minorities. Therefore, and in order to sum up the way in which we deal with hate or denial phenomena among young people of the Israeli community in Greece, the Jewish community in Greece, we rely on, first, knowledge, secondly, resilience, and thirdly, we do not feel ashamed or we don't feel the need to apologize. We are aware of the real facts, the history of the Holocaust, in order to be able to reply convincingly and clearly. There is a very commonplace recent history is that Jews exaggerate the Holocaust and they exclude the other communities that suffered there as well. And these theories have re-emerged during the pandemic. There are some anti-Semitic cases which are related to the conflicts in Israel against the Palestinians, because people say falsely that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is one and the same thing. Anyway, these comments emerge of racist slogans in demonstrations by destroying Jewish cemeteries and tombs. All this requires a full response. Resilience is the second thing. As I said, these attacks are psychologically traumatizing to the young people that suffer them. So we have a support system, or a system of tolerance and support to members of our community. They know that they can always turn to a group of people where they will always be welcome. Thirdly, no feelings of shame or apologetic stance. The stigma should not stay with the victim. Every person should feel proud of their origins, of their descent. Otherwise, they are defeated by their attacker. So, hate on the basis of religion are sometimes is always supported by its members, but the Jewish community, like every other community, requires allies and relies on them. And something that created some reaction last week is the new statute of the law school at the University of Berkeley in California, and 8 unions have adopted an amendment to their rules in order to to invite professors from Israel. This is a so-called BDS, Boycott, Diverse, Sanctions. The Jewish students of the university are actually either called upon either to denounce Israel and Zionism or participate in the different activities. This is a very deep Semitic, or not, rather, not to participate in the different activities and therefore exclude themselves from the student life. This is a pseudo-dilemma because people are asked to denounce part of their personality if they want to be fully integrated in the academic community and not become stigmatized. And of course, this denies us our identity. The dean of the school, who is a Jew and progressive, he expressed his concern as a Jewish free zone that brings to memory the worst pages of history. He said that he would not be accepted as a Zionist to become a speaker by his own university. Movements such as the BDS do not have any positive result. Zionism is not anti-Semitism, is not to be anti-Semitism, but this is not true. It is correctly deemed to be an anti-Semitic expression. BDS is also present in Greece. In May 2019, was published in Greece calling for academic banning signed by 100 professors, especially from the Pantheon University. Still, it has not yet taken acquired the dimensions that it has acquired elsewhere, especially in the US. Of course, this is a threat that will lead to deeply anti-Semitic positions under the guise of the protection of Palestinians' rights. This reaction can be very effective in Greece by monitoring what is happening in Greece, by making collective voices heard, and the improvement of relations between Greece and Israel all contribute to a good direction. We have not lost the fight at the digital battlefield, and we believe that we can avoid attacks against Jewish students. Another very good example mentioned by Mr. Kalatzis yesterday is the competition on the Holocaust organized every year. So students or pupils are recognized for their achievement with a trip to Israel, to Auschwitz. I'm sorry. And so people, this is very effective. Even the anti-Semitic cases that we see in the grouping in the left-wing movements in Greece, which are supposed to be very progressive. And of course, in this respect, we need to use the social media in the best possible manner. It is important to recognize that both in Greece and elsewhere, an effort is being made to fight anti-Semitism and the denial or distortion of the Holocaust. We need to be on the alert to react on every occasion, whenever there is an insult to the minority groups. The younger generation should not be complacent, but also needs some support from the state. The hatred of the Holocaust have no place in our society. We need to reverse the narrative among the younger generation. Let this be our legacy for the future. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε θερμά τον
We thank very warmly Mr. Namias for this fresh and interesting discourse. In order to be able to release him, because he's not with us here in person, would anyone like to ask a question in order for us to be able to release him and not to have to risk any problems with the technology? I want to ask you a question. You talked about how young people perceive the Holocaust. My question is, would not young people be more open to be able to accept new information and new things rather than older people? I'm asking you this because I have examples in mind. Students in high school or students at the university who are more open, who are eager to learn, who want to learn new things, to discover the truth. Whereas at the same time, much older people are very absolute. They are, so I would think that things are better among younger people. Do you share this feeling? Thank you very much about this question. I can also stay until the end of the discussion and answer any other questions if they arise. I understand what you say, and indeed, I'm sure that younger generations are more open to being informed about the Holocaust, about the reality of the Holocaust. My personal experience and what I see in the community is that at the same time, there are many factors that affect the presentation of reality with what is happening on the internet. And it is much easier for young people to be influenced. For instance, recently, it was observed in a private school of Athens, which declares that and prides about its tolerance and does not accept cases of antisemitism. They found the swastika symbol in the toilets or outside classrooms where Jewish students are in. And these extreme positions are very appealing to young people. And these extremist positions are easily accessible compared to older generations. One can enter TikTok and Instagram and come into contact with extremist positions and adopt even more extreme positions. So on the one hand, yes, I believe, and this is our opportunity to show the truth, the reality of the Holocaust, but at the same time, there are many risks. The tools that we have are very powerful, they're very useful, but they can also lead us to a great evil. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Namias. Okay, so we proceed. If there are questions at the end of this session, we will ask you again. So we go on with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Zanet Batinu. She's the director of the Jewish Museum of Greece, a very active person, a person who, through her activities and initiatives, has been trying during all these years to raise awareness among public opinion in Greece. I will just read 2 lines. She's a native of Ioannina and of the local Jewish community. She studied archaeology and museology and is the director of the Jewish Museum of Greece, which was founded 45 years ago. Since 2000 onwards, she's a member of the Greek National Delegation, whereas since 2005, she has been serving as a delegate in the Museums and Memorials Working Group of the organization. Under her leadership, the Jewish Museum of Greece initiated Holocaust education in Greece in 2001 and still works at the forefront of all relevant initiatives and actions. The floor to you. Thank you for your presence here today. Thank you for this introduction. I would like to thank the organizers, Mr. Polidorakis, Mayor Elisaf, for this honorary invitation. And from the huge world of the internet, we will go to the micro world of the Jewish Museum of Greece, and we will use it as a case study. My paper was written in English, so I will start reading it.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear conference participants. Δεν με ακούει το laptop να αλλάξει το...
The laptop does not respond. Shall we please have some help? It always happens to me, these mishaps.
Διορθώθηκαν όλα.
Everything is back in order. So,
museums have been called upon to consolidate and expand their important social role and to provide an international and multilingual public with multiple and correlating readings of the past, new ways of comprehending the present, and positively influencing the vision and creation of a sustainable and inclusive future. As history is a discipline that requires critical thinking, promotes pluralistic and inclusive views of the past, and combats misconceptions, conspiracy theories, and fears, historical museums take their social responsibility very seriously. Building on their expertise and rich collections, museums have become cultural institutions playing a central role in promoting democratic, non-formal education and social awareness. As spaces for discovery and learning, they serve in the dissemination of accurate information, efficiently supplementing our knowledge base, providing meaningful spaces for commemoration and reflection, and creating experiences of authenticity. Museums have also been called upon to act and to interact in the digital realm, and especially in the world of social media, the recent pandemic having caused an explosion of online activity, innovation, and vital public discourse. The goal of this presentation is to outline how the Jewish Museum of Greece has adapted and expanded communications with its audience in a world where social media have taken on massive popularity. I will start by briefly offering the standpoint of social media communication from the perspective of a historical museum, and then discuss indicative challenges and opportunities that we at the Jewish Museum of Greece have encountered so far. While social media have become a great vehicle for museums to peddle and spread their goods and messages, the massive use of them, as well as the immediacy of reaching targeted audiences, have also shaped a different environment with new challenges for any organization that attempts to use them in order to disseminate their materials. Academic research has proven that hateful propaganda through traditional media is an efficient tool, not only for transmitting the propaganda itself, but also for inciting violent acts against Jews. Historical museums can help create a socio-cultural environment where this kind of discourse may fall on deaf ears. We need diverse but structured narratives of the past to counter stereotypes, to dissolve fears, and to deal with trauma. In addition, the rise of the internet in general and social media platforms in particular has transformed the traditional one-way communication, which was and still is embodied by mass media such as radio, television, and newspapers, and turned it into a more user-driven mass communication. This new interactive dimension of generating content signified a major increase in the dissemination of hate, as we've already heard more than we'd like. On one hand, anti-Semitic social media posts on platforms such as Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok take various shapes and forms, such as memes, GIFs, or supposedly innocent jokes that perpetuate stereotypical depictions of Jews. Anti-Semitic posts often refer to Nazi propaganda, but in other cases deny or distort the Holocaust. The spreading of anti-Semitic discourse on social media can also be attributed to algorithms used by these platforms. They help social media platforms to prioritize and propose content they think a user will like. While the purpose of an algorithm should be to filter out, as we've already heard, irrelevant content, shocking or provocative content fosters user engagement, and algorithms ensure that more users will see such popular contents. On the other hand, social media platforms enable a non-elitist public access to museum materials, as all segments of society can benefit from the materials, whereas physical museums alone have a somewhat limited capacity to retain growing and interactive relations with their audiences. Nowadays, they rely heavily on their online presence and activity to engage their audiences on a regular basis. For example, these platforms offer great opportunities for commemorative activities that not only interactively engage the audience, but also create a meaningful connection between the museum and the participants that does not end with a one-time visit. Consistent social media strategies and policies can even help establish a sustainable relationship between the audience and the museum. Our social media tour today will be based on the experiences of the Jewish Museum of Greece, a historical and ethnographic museum which for 45 years uses its collection and archives to research and present the history, traditions, and the multifaceted character of the Greek Jewish communities throughout time. The museum pioneered Holocaust and intercultural education in Greece, as we've already had many years ago, and still continues to intensely and plurally serve the field. Also, it designs and offers exhibitions, activities, and programs dealing with anti-Semitism, human rights, marginal groups, and social justice. The Jewish Museum of Greece started using media platforms in mid-2013. The consideration that kept us from being more extrovert earlier and asking ourselves the question, to FUBU or not FUBU, was our concern that the openness of this medium could be used to introduce negativity and hatred, given the fact that everybody can post anything and be hidden in the shadows of anonymity. By that time, we already had an account on YouTube where the decision was made that we would not allow comments at all. Nevertheless, we took the plunge in short order. In the beginning, we started posting on Facebook, and our posts were mainly educational programs that we organized with photos of each event. The reactions we got on those posts were rare, mostly positive, with the exception of some angry emojis from several accounts that we now know belong to the same person. In the following years, the reactions were not that many, but we did notice followers, always the same ones, who were posting YouTube videos trying to correct our historic posts. At this point, I would like to share a personal story. In 2015, I wrote an article on Holocaust education in Greece at the request of a German publication, which was translated into German and published. Wanting to send a link of the article to my German-speaking cousin, I Googled my own name in Latin, and to my astonishment, what came up instead as the very first link was a Rightpedia post asserting the following. Zanet Batinu, with the Star of David next to my name. A Zionist Jewess, a Hellenophobic, an attacker of the Golden Dawn, which is the national liberation movement of the Greek people, various other things, brainwashing Greek children with Holocaustianity to oppose Greek patriotism and to promote social equality, a euphemism for giving Greece over to third world invaders, and so on and so forth. The only good thing being that the post shaved 3 years off my actual age. Very perturbed at being personally targeted for the Holocaust education work that the museum had been doing for more than 15 years by that stage, I notified the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Central Board of Jewish Communities in Greece, and the Greek Cybercrime Police. All tried to challenge the service provider and take down the page, to no avail. Then the Central Board notified the Anti-Defamation League, who tried to track the provider and cancel the post for several months before giving the task up as impossible. I kept Googling my own name from time to time, finding with dismay that this was always at or very near the top of choices, as if someone kept hitting it regularly to keep it current. And then one day, 3 years later, in late 2018, it had disappeared, sunk into the dark depths of the digital realm without a trace. Nevertheless, I never got closure, and this episode of personal harassment continues to bother and worry me. During the past few years, the Jewish Museum has been more active regarding its presence in the social media world for many good reasons. The recent pandemic created an added need to improve our online presence and communication since the museum lost its physical space for a total of 7.5 months. The next social media platform we chose to interact with was Instagram. Our presence on this platform is not very extensive, but lately we have noticed an increase in our followers. Finally, during this period, the Jewish Museum launched a 2-year EU-funded program entitled Challenging and Debunking Anti-Semitic Myths, and used mostly with the acronym HANA. In the framework of this program, the museum successfully implemented a consistent social media dissemination strategy with rewarding results. However, posts or reposts from the main account of the program were often targeted by hateful comments and angry reactions. The negative posts were mainly YouTube videos connected to the Ukraine-Russia war or Russia's nuclear weapons, as you see here below the top section, subjects, of course, totally irrelevant to the museum's work, mission, and character. The fact that the bottom part of this image is faint means that they have been blocked and the user cannot see them. Since the very beginning of our presence in the social media world, we had decided that we would not react to comments, or at a minimum, we would thank people with a heart or a thumb up emoji. In cases of offensive comments, they would immediately be removed. When we came across hateful or misleading posts, the decision was made to hide them from the museum's Facebook page and keep them nevertheless in an archive for future reference and/or use them in reports and presentations. For the time being, we haven't blocked these accounts, an option that we still keep open. We know for a fact that our website is constantly attacked with anti-Semitic or offensive material, but our IT partners and the technology they use, the firewall and other protective tools, have not allowed the hackers to succeed. While we have not encountered outright Holocaust denial as a reaction to our posts, efforts at distortion by confusing the facts and by connecting the Holocaust to other historical events, such as the Middle East conflict, the war in Ukraine, or the pandemic, are frequent. Closing these few words, I just want to note that social media have proved to be a very helpful tool, a creative way to communicate and share our work with a greater number of people the world over. Still, we remain careful, alert, and aware of all the negative ways our material can be interpreted and used. The role of the museum in combating stereotypes and conspiracy theories, in promoting accurate information and critical thinking, and in counterbalancing the negativity caused by hateful posts through the social media platforms is, I believe, of pivotal importance. Museums can address and reduce the negative feelings, the anger, fear, and stress generated by online hate and harassment through awareness, vigilance, and effective policies. A great tool is participation in relevant international campaigns that create a wall of opposition for online efforts to distort, harass, and defame. Networks producing healthy, positive, inclusive content working with the experts, sharing good and safe practices, and creating security procedures will go a long way towards ensuring safety and integrity in the digital world of the social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Batinou, for this very interesting presentation, the very interesting information that you have given us. And we are now approaching the end of this panel. Our last speaker is comes from the Netherlands, Mark van Berkel. He is an educator and member of the Dutch delegation to the IHRA. You have the floor, sir. Before Mr. van Berkel starts his presentation, let me give you parts of his CV. He is an educator and he combines research issues on history with the education. He researches the reports on the Holocaust from 1960 to 2010, and he has studied the Dutch colonial past in education. You have the floor, sir.
Kind introduction. Which I didn't understand, but I trusted it was kind. And thank you to the Greek delegation, to the IHRA for organizing this important conference, and to the community of Ioannina to receive us here. I'm very privileged to be part of you. I work at a university with history students that want to become a history teacher, and most of them succeed in becoming one. Allow me to tell you one of a personal experience with online Semitism, anti-Semitism, with history students from our university several years ago. It happened in one of the first year groups. Students had sent memes, text, images, messages in a private WhatsApp group. And we were shocked by the harshness and the bitterness of these images and messages. And the second thing that startled us was that these memes were aimed indiscriminately, aimed at different... Sorry? The microphone is open. Is this better? No?
No.
To the microphone. Is this better? Okay. So the thing that startled us was that these messages were very harsh and bitter. And the second thing that startled us was that these messages were aimed at different groups, being used indiscriminately, not only abusive for Jews, but also for Muslims, for black people, for women, for handicapped people, for homosexuals, etc. Just not for white males. Holocaust ridiculization, denial, and distortion were omnipresent. We found out about this because two female students from Turkish backgrounds could not take this anymore and decided to intervene. And we discussed the situation collectively and with the individual students from the group, and found out that most boys in particular believed that sending such messages was just a matter of fun and meant for a laugh, I quote. All students said that these memes were spread in almost every group or platform they knew. We learned basically two things from this event. First, individual confrontation with perpetrators, sometimes with their parents present, works. These sessions were often painful and confrontational, but they seem to have a positive effect on the students. What we aimed for is to convey empathy. What do you think some people feel when they see your messages? Secondly, we learned that younger generations experience the history of the Holocaust and the history of World War II with far less moral or emotional attachment and sensibilities compared to other generations. For the young, the Holocaust has become history that is long gone, such as Napoleon or Alexander the Great. So if we wish to raise awareness among young people to the fate of the Jews. To learn from history of anti-Semitism, we need to enforce sense and sensibility through advanced, sophisticated, and intricate educational approaches. So structural anti-Semitism is omnipresent in the Netherlands, several researchers have been dealing with this problem, with these challenges, and during my talk I will summarize two of them. One is a 2020 research from Utrecht University on anti-Semitic online postings, and the second is a research project from 2022 by another university on anti-Semitic attitudes. First, Utrecht University. The researchers analyzed 1.9 million statements on platforms like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Reddit, Telegram, YouTube, and other various weblogs and websites. They examined online data from the entire year 2020, almost exclusively in Dutch. Almost 11% of all statements were anti-Semitic, more than 200,000 in all. And the majority of the statements were implicitly implying anti-Semitism, which means that removal by the media companies was made more difficult. Telegram and YouTube contain the most anti-Semitic expressions, more than a third, and also the most explicit ones. Possible explanations for this is that these platforms are used by very young people, young groups, aged 12 to 15, and or by supporters of a right-wing political party, populist party called Forum for Democracy, a very prominent Dutch political party, the second largest in the country, I'm afraid to say. And this political party has a very active youth group that explicitly are anti-Semitic. They engage in national conspiracy theories, and young people find this very attractive. They express Jewishness as an insult and Judaism as something despicable, and this is especially evident on Telegram. Other surveys show similar findings. Prejudices about Jews are persisting. Most expressions are related to the alleged political power and influence of well-known Jews, with a suggestion that there is a Jewish plot for world domination. On Telegram, Jew is the #1 swearing word, and football-related anti-Semitism ranks second. Other categories of online anti-Semitism are money-related stereotypes, racial anti-Semitism, religious anti-Semitism, Holocaust-related anti-Semitism, and Israel-related anti-Semitism. These youth groups have a large reach on social media, which means that these groups play a disproportionate role in maintaining or even increasing a climate of anti-Semitism. More strict social media policy would decrease their influence in society. In the context of football, anti-Semitism is also present, online and offline. One approach by the Dutch club The Hague has now having a strong effect. This club, with the aid of technical means such as facial recognition, bans individual supporters who misbehave, either online or offline, from their grounds. The social context in which anti-Semitism is taking place in the Netherlands is expanding and changing. An example was the so-called That's the Spirit event, of which we see a picture here, that took place in Rotterdam last week. This was a spiritual gathering for over 4,000 people, and the organizers promised the birth of a new world with free people, I quote, without vaccines, digital money, and above all, without mental slaves. One of the organizers is a well-known anti-Semitic called Marcel Messing, who advocates the protocols of the Elders of Zion, also online, and in his view, the Zionist lobby and the Jewish Rothschild banking families play defining roles in world history. The second problem is what I call the Middle East. Recent studies like this survey from Tilburg University in May of this year
among young people show that anti-Semitic portrayals and anti-Semitic expressions are not always accompanied by negative ideas about Jews in the Netherlands. By contrast, however, young people are more negative about the Jews in Israel and about the State of Israel. They are considered to be more conservative and more orthodox. This has its effects on education, since many teachers in the Netherlands struggle to overcome anti-Semitism in classes with many Muslim youths. For instance, when discussing the situation in the Middle East or to teach about the Holocaust. Students sometimes ask, why do we have to talk about the Jews? Why not about the Palestinians? Many young Muslim students feel that anti-Semitism is much less present in society than anti-Muslimism, and that people are measured with two different standards in the Netherlands. And as a result, learning trajectories threaten to provoke anti-Semitic reactions rather than to counteract anti-Semitism. In this context, these researchers have shown that environmental factors such as low economic status, educational problems, perceived discrimination, objective and relative deprivation, and religious backgrounds that are normally possible explanations for racism are of secondary importance for existing anti-Semitism among Muslim youth. The findings show that anti-Semitism under Muslims is independent from these factors, and they can be explained in relation to the problems in the Middle East. The main cause for these anti-Semitic attitudes among young Muslims is the alleged repression of the Palestinian people. At the same time, research indicates that the impact of social media does matter, and that higher educated people are more or less negative about Jews than lower educated people. In addition, we see a limited effect of personally experienced discrimination. Young people who indicate that they feel frustrated because they have fewer opportunities than others do not have more negative attitudes towards the Jews. Finally, the survey shows that under Turkish youth, a separate factor influences their opinion, namely their identification with the country of origin. A stronger identification with Turkey leads to a more negative attitude towards Israel and towards Jews. So how can we overcome this resistance of young people in several communities? The first thing we do at our university is to enter in a broad discussion about discrimination, of which anti-Semitism is a part. I think it's important to diversify the image of groups. How more diverse the picture is, the less room for stereotypes and discrimination. The second point is that teachers need to address the problems in the Middle East in order to avoid anti-Semitic statements. We have developed guidelines, therefore, for teachers with do's and don'ts, background information, and a short training. In this way, the history in the context of the conflict, but also the differences of opinion within Dutch society or within the Jewish community are being addressed. Jews are seen by many young people in the Netherlands as the ambassadors of Israel. The conflict between Israel and the Palestinians plays a major role, especially in the context of education, schools, and young people. If people are angry with Israel, they are angry with Jews. And this was not always the case in my country, because the Netherlands has traditionally been a pro-Israeli country. But we see that this changed from the 1990s onwards, and that part of society became more and more critical of Israeli politics. And when anti-Israel demonstration occurred, the Dutch Muslim community started to speak out more and more actively about the Palestine case. It became a kind of identity marker for them. It also became part of the political agenda. Improving the world in this sense means not only striving for cleaner environment or combating climate change, but also supporting feminism, LGBT+, and Palestine. For many progressive youths, Palestine is a cause worth supporting, even though they don't know much about it. But by putting a Palestinian flag behind their names on social media, they want to show that they belong to the right progressive group. This can sometimes be perceived as threatening by Jewish youngsters, and it can be accompanied by negative comments about Israel, about Jews in general, and with anti-Semitism. In university canteens, you sometimes see that students are boycotting kosher foods because it comes from Israel. The Dutch National Coordinator in Combating Anti-Semitism presented a working plan just this week. He pointed out that 12% of the Dutch history teachers sometimes receive negative responses to lessons about the Holocaust, and that a quarter is cautious in teaching about the topic. For these reasons, we believe it important that teachers receive support through additional training courses, and that educational projects about anti-Semitism in educational institutions, sport clubs, and cultural institutions be initiated. We also have to teach young people, and sometimes their teachers, how to deal with news more critically and how to use information, especially from online sources, better. Digital literacy. Where do messages come from? What purposes do they serve? This in order to breach single perspectives, conspiracy theories, fake news, or unilateral enemy images. Secondly, in education, we have to offer more context about Judaism as a lively and dynamic culture. Previous research has shown that when young people become acquainted with Jews and with Jewish culture, they obtain a more positive and diverse image of Jews and therewith reduce their prejudices. The same goes, of course, for other groups and religions. Teach them about the diversity within Judaism and make them aware of the fact that within Israel and also among Dutch Jews there are very different ideas about the political situation in the region. Finally, on the 9th of November, commemorating the Kristallnacht in Germany, there is a tradition which has now been taking place for about 10 years, where Muslim communities, Christian communities, and Jewish communities commemorate the events in 1938 by laying flowers before the Grand Synagogue in Amsterdam. And the number of people attending that ceremony is increasing every year. So that gives us hope as a final comment for the future. Thank you very much.
For your very interesting speech. Η ώρα είναι 4:10.
It is now 4:10. We still have some time before I give Ms. Vasiliki Keramida comes to moderate the next panel. Are there any questions to the speakers? There is one question.
Καλησπέρα. Η ερώτηση μου είναι απλή και
good afternoon. I have a very simple question. To whom? To everyone, to all the speakers. Very simple question. Why don't we organize more school excursions to Auschwitz? Why don't we provide more material, school material about the Holocaust? Why aren't the schools aware of what exactly happened? I am a journalist working in Ioannina for many, many years. We, the citizens of Ioannina, are 95% of us are ignorant about the history of the Jewish community because descent does not relate to the old town of Ioannina, and these people who have come to the city. I am Filimon Karamitsos. I'm a journalist. We have learned about the Jewish community when the education system opened. We have two school teachers next to me. When the university and the school started to learn and to speak, that is when we learned about the history of the Holocaust. When we learned from Moises Elisaf and the other members of the community some part of our history, and of course when the debate started in Greece about the Holocaust about 20 or 30 years old. I don't want to be negative, but our best experiences have always been and always are when we come across not the Jewish community of Ioannina, but when the Jewish community of Ioannina is perceived as part of our own identity, as a part of our community. The Silversmith Museum of Ioannina, for instance, which is excellent, visitors discover religious symbols from three communities, the steer cylinders, the Muslim and Christian religious objects. This is a surprise to everyone, including myself, which shows what this town and this community used to be. So when we go to visit Berlin and we see that the Holocaust memorial there includes the Jews from Ioannina, which is part of our history, this helps us, I am still impressed by the fact that schools do not organize excursions. This is a very interesting point of view. I suppose Mr. Kalatzis would be the best expert to organize, but this has to do with the manner in which secondary education urges the school communities to organize such excursions. But I believe that Mr. Kalatzis could take the floor to give us some interesting information. Mr. Kalatzis, please wait for the microphone. Over and above the very commonplace reply that this is a very interesting question, which is always the answer. These are not excursions. These are educational visits. There is a huge difference between an excursion and an educational visit, because an educational visit requires preparation. There are other decisive issues related to the financial aspect and the practical issues related to such a visit. These events are not only organized in conjunction with the Jewish Museum, but also with other organizations. A program started which went well. Some funding was available both from the state budget and from individual donors. The amount of money the increase of the amount of the available money, of course, makes it possible for more children to make these visits, but because we don't want them to become excursions, we are never going to turn to a tour operator to take us on an excursion to Auschwitz. So the number of visits is not going to increase over and above those that will make sure that the children are going to visit and not have their coffee in Warsaw or elsewhere. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Mr. Berkel would like, Mr. Van Berkel would also like to take the floor, I believe.
Thank you. That was a very important question. We are struggling in my country with that point. There are three problems: practical, organizational, and pedagogical problems to that matter. We take students and teachers to Auschwitz and to Yad Vashem in Israel, and that is a very very interesting and very fruitful visit, a very difficult one as well for some of the participants. But it costs time and money, and in my country there is a lack of time and there is a lack of money, I'm sure, as anywhere else in Europe. Secondly, the Dutch government has requested all schools to pay visits to Dutch memory sites related to the Holocaust or World War II. And that is even a problem for some schools, because we don't have a centralized curriculum or a centralized educational system. So there's a lot of freedom for individual schools and even individual teachers to shape their curriculum. The Holocaust is mandatory, of course, but how many hours and how many and with what teaching materials teachers teach about the topic is up to the schools themselves. The third problem is pedagogical paying a visit to Auschwitz is not a recipe against anti-Semitism. There has to be done a lot more to counter anti-Semitism, as I try to explain in my talk, because some young people are not convinced after visiting Auschwitz that anti-Semitism is a problem nowadays, because they relate the problems to the past and not to the present. So these comments I would like to make to this important question.
Thank you, Mr. Perkel. Έχουμε και μία... ναι, παρακαλώ. Να δώσουμε το λόγο στις κυρίες πρώτα και μετά.
So, question, ladies first. I have nothing to add to what Mr. Kalagis has just said. He has fully pointed out the issue, all sides of the issue, but I would just like to add a more optimistic approach to the image you have painted. When the museum provides programs and opportunities, lots of people from Ioannina participate. Just to talk about this town, there are people from all over Greece who participate, but there is always a response of an acceptance of the invitation from Ioannina, and we go around the city. But those who have not really understood, who are not are not on the mailing list of the museum, we have on our website a very extensive reference to the history of the Ioannina Jews, with an educational program that accompanies this description, and all the educators that are interested in using it can start from that. Over and above this, with a simple phone call to our educational programs department, although this is only just one-person department, will provide you all the assistance and the support that you need, material, pictures, photographs, educational material appropriate for the age group of your church. And the gentleman sitting behind Mr. Kalagis has just asked for the floor, and then another last question from the lady before we conclude. Hello, I'm Aris Bartzokas. I am a university professor, and I am the president of the water municipal company. I will relate something to you in relation to the Yom Kippur celebration in Ioannina. Our mayor, Moises Elisaf, has opened the synagogue to everyone. For the first time, someone told me there is a celebration at the synagogue the day after tomorrow. Would you like to come? And I said, is it allowed? Is it permitted? They said yes. I had only been there once as a tourist. I told this to my friends, and they said, are there Jews in Ioannina? Is there a synagogue in Ioannina? What we dislike is what is far away from us, something that is unknown to us, something that we fear. So for us to like something, we have to look at it, to like it, to understand that these are people like us with two hands, two legs. We go to the football stadium and we hear something against the Thessaloniki fans in Athens and the Athens fans in Thessaloniki. So I'm sorry to delay you. So what I mean is, the way for us to fight anti-Semitism is not to over-promote the Holocaust, but to open the Jewish community to the other communities, to the remaining community, so that we can become familiar with their habits and their celebrations. So the last question from the lady. This is very important at the local level. No, the lady at the front who raised her hand first, but this is going to be the last question because we are running late already. Okay, let's give the floor to both ladies, but please be brief. Time is pressing. You have the floor. I will try to be as brief as possible. I am an educator in Arta, the city of Arta. The colleagues from Ioannina are luckier because they have an operating synagogue which they can visit. We do not have because it was closed after the war. We have to travel to take a trip from Arta to Ioannina. Ioannina have a small but lively community, not so in Arta. Now that's where I stop. Other than that, the internet is very helpful. In the past, we had the equal opportunities, but inequality of possibilities. Now we can attend the Jewish museum. We don't need to travel to Auschwitz, but it would be good if we all could. But anti-Semitism is fought against from getting familiar with what is different. Auschwitz is probably the last visit. But a question to Mr. Malios. We are all aware that the Golden Dawn trial has reached the appeals level. In March, I went to the European Parliament along with my students from Arta. We are a vocational training school, and one of our students was brighter than everyone else and asked one of the MEPs whether Mr. Lagos still has his office in the EP, European Parliament office. We never thought of asking the 17-year-old vocational school student was bright enough to ask. Yes, his office is still there. The European Union pays for his staff, and during the pandemic, he could even vote from the prison. And so my question is, in the Greek Parliament,
Θα το ρωτήσω μετά, εντάξει, δεν πειράζει.
Πιέζει πολύ ο χρόνος να δώσουμε την ευκαιρία και στην άλλη.
Please, time is pressing, says the moderator. Time is pressing. We have a live connection with Mr. Skinas later on, and we have to be on time. So, just a statement, not a question. Please identify yourself, introduce you. Eleni Kourmadji. Since 1992, I have taught Yosef Elia poetry to the philosophy school of Ioannina, and we need to award a prize to this initiative. This is a poet who is great, Greek Jew, and I taught from 1992 to 2009 when I retired from the university. The people of Ioannina are aware, Mr. Bartzokas, the synagogue has always been in operation. Many presentations have been made about Ioannina from the Central Council of Jewish Communities in Greece and the Jewish community of Ioannina. Of course, it's a matter of education. Obviously, we all need to learn our history. We do not, and that is why we hear about a Jew or a Muslim and react in a negative way. Please be brief, says the moderator. Education starts from home and from school, and beyond that. Thank you very much. Thank you. After Mr. Skinas, you will be able to ask questions to all the panelists. Now I give the floor to Ms. Vasiliki Keramida for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Την τέταρτη συνεδρία με θέμα βέλτιστες πρακτικές θα συντονίσει η κυρία Βασιλική Κεραμίδα, αναπληρώτρια επικεφαλής της ελληνικής αντιπροσωπείας στον IHRA και διευθύντρια του Γραφείου του Γενικού Γραμματέα Θρησκευμάτων, κυρίου Γεωργίου Καλατζή.
Καλησπέρα σας. Αξιότιμη κυρία Ευρωβουλευτή, αξιότιμη κύριε Δήμαρχε, αξιότιμη κύριε Γενική Γραμματέα, αξιότιμη κύριε Επικεφαλής της Ελληνικής Αντιπροσωπείας στον IHRA, αξιότιμες κυρίες και κύριοι. Την πρώτη μέρα του συνεδρίου εντοπίσαμε και προσδιορίσαμε το πρόβλημα του αντισημιτισμού στον χώρο του διαδικτύου. Και άλλωστε, όπως αναφέρουν και έρευνες και εκθέσεις διεθνών οργανισμών και ευρωπαϊκών φορέων, όπως ο DIR, η καταγραφή του προβλήματος είναι και το πρώτο βήμα για την καταπολέμησή του. Έτσι λοιπόν ερχόμαστε στη σημερινή μέρα που θα πάμε...
Day. Apologies. We will talk about best practices. We will talk about the efforts undertaken to fight this phenomenon. Mr. Saltiel mentioned in the previous panel the report by UNESCO with the World Jewish Committee, which was published in July 2022, and the data reported show the problem. They talk about 16% in posts pertaining to the Holocaust. 16% of the posts about the Holocaust have an anti-Semitic content that distorts or denies history. 49% is on Telegram platforms used by mostly young people, but also older people. So in this panel, our distinguished speakers will present best practices that could be an example, that could pave the way for future actions to fight this phenomenon. Our first speaker is Mr. André Oboler, that you met yesterday. Is he connected? I think we have been introduced with Mr. Oboler. And since we have some time restrictions, I would like to ask everyone not to exceed the 15 times, to have some time for discussion. Let me briefly mention that Mr. Oboler...
To understand me, to hear me, he's the CEO of the Online Hate Prevention Institute in Australia, and he's a member of the Australian Delegation to the IHRA. He's going to present us the activities of the Online Hate Prevention Institute and its new projects in Australia, as well as possible application in other countries. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've just shared my slides, and there we go. Thank you very much. Yesterday, I showed data from the 2016 report measuring the hate. The report gathered data using version 1 of our custom software called Fight Against Hate. And this is a tool for the public to report online anti-Semitism and other forms of online hate to us. Version 2 of the software allowed the reporting tool to be embedded in other websites and to be configured for different schemas of hate and to display in different languages. As part of version 2, we also created a schema based on the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism merged with the IHRA working definition of Holocaust denial and distortion. This gave us our anti-Semitism schema. We're now about to release version 3 of the Fight Against Hate tool. Version 3 dramatically increases the security and privacy protections. It allows reporting of content from more online platforms, and it makes it easier to enable reporting of new platforms when those platforms become popular enough that we need to have that service. I just want to, I know some of you have seen this before, I just want to show you the tool quickly. So this box that you see sits on a website, any website. There's a link to an example of it on my own organisation's website. But it can be reproduced on many different websites at the same time. You paste in a web address. You can see in image 2 here, there's the web address. This is actually the link to the video I discussed yesterday about blood libel on YouTube. This was why I was looking for it. And once you've done that, you press the arrow. Then it brings up a classification scheme. All of these classifications come from those IHRA definitions. There is a top level, and then below each of these main classifications, there are subcategories also from the definition. As you see in image 4, the user selects what type of content it is. So this example was classic anti-Semitism, and how confident they are in their classification. That then brings up the subcategories, and we can see that promoting traditional anti-Semitism, such as blood libel and claiming Jews killed Jesus, is a particular form of anti-Semitism that comes from the IHRA definitions. It's one of the examples. So here again, we select it, we say that we're certain, and we hit next. Then it shows us a summary. It allows us to put in notes if we want, to explain why this content is anti-Semitic, to upload a file if we want, and to submit the report. And we get a thank you screen that it is now submitted, and then we go back to the start again. This is the software. This is version 2. There was also a button on the front page to review. Now, if you hit review, it brings up an item that somebody else has reported and asks you to click to see it and to say whether you confirm that this is anti-Semitism, reject it, saying someone reported this and they're wrong, whether the content is no longer available. If it's not there, you can click unavailable. And if you're not sure, you can pass. So this is new functionality in order to allow multiple people to check the content that other people have reported. And there is some complicated artificial intelligence where we can use the opinion of experts and multiple people in order to get a better assessment of each item that's been reported. The administrator is also able to see a list of items, and they're able to see a graph of how many items fall within each category. This is just an image of the graph, but the real graph, if you put the mouse over it, it gives you the actual numbers and percentages. So we mentioned that I would talk about a project. The 2016 report is the last time we did a large-scale report gathering data on anti-Semitism. We are now looking at doing that again, just within the context of Australia. So we're launching a new project in Australia in partnership with the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, which is the World Jewish Congress's affiliate in Australia. We'll be gathering 12 months of user reports from this month until the end of September next year of anti-Semitic content on social media. Last time, we only took data from Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. This time, we will look at content from Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Reddit, Gab, and Telegram. We will use the anti-Semitic schema based on the IHRA definitions. We will monitor the platform's responsiveness to reports that we make of anti-Semitism. As a surprise for this conference, I mentioned that the software can work in many languages. We have translated the software into Greek. Now, this is a machine translation, so I apologize to everyone from Greek for the errors, and I particularly apologize to our expert translators. The machines can't do as good a job as them, but this is the same as you saw before, but now in Greek. And you can see step by step as before. I am going to stop sharing now for 1 minute, and I just want to show you. I'm going to. There we go. I'm going to share screen. This is now the website. This is live. What you saw before is pictures. This is not a mock-up. This is actually working. This is always risky doing this live. And it came up with an error. This is why it's risky. Hold on. Let me, I must do one thing and then it will work. It's always very dangerous to do a live demonstration. So our software, in order to make sure that people can't abuse the system, we require users to log in. And now I am logged in, so now I can hopefully share this with you, and it will work. So I will share the screen again. Yes? Okay, good. Okay, so now I'm logged in, so now it will work. I will copy the address. I will put it in now as a logged in user. And there we go. Now, the only problem is I can't read Greek. So I'm assuming I'm using this correctly, that the first item is the classic anti-Semitism. And I'm assuming the first item here says that this is very confident. And we can submit it. And I believe this item here is the one that deals with blood libel. And I will submit it. And again, we have the summary of the report. And I can, again, finalize the report, and it is recorded in the system. And that brings us back to the beginning. So I will now go back to the slides. But I thought it was important to show you that this is actually live and running. So version 4 of the tool we will launch, or we'll start working on in 2023. Depending on partnerships and funding we can secure, version 4 will allow some of these options. Self-service, so organizations can generate their own reporting widget to put on their own website without our staff having to be involved. Integration with artificial intelligence so that we can gather data automatically and assess how effective the artificial intelligence is, how much we're able to automatically find, and what the artificial intelligence isn't able to identify. We're also talking about potentially creating a plugin for WordPress for Fight Against Hate to enable easier integration into a wider range of websites. We welcome expressions of interest in funding this work and partnering with us as we take this forward and take the next steps in the fight against online anti-Semitism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre, for being so brief, and I think it's an excellent innovation. Υπάρχουν κάποιες ερωτήσεις?
Are there any questions for Mr. Oboler? We go on with our next speaker, and maybe we should keep the questions for the end. Our next speaker, whom we will hear via teleconference.
2021 President of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineer Computer Society Forum, the world's largest global community of computer scientists and engineers. In that role, he helped inaugurate the annual Technical Forum on Impacts of Societal Scale Computing Systems and Social Media Platforms. These technical forums provide an opportunity for policymakers and researchers around the world to discuss issues including hate speech and extremism, as well he will describe today. He is also a lead researcher at the Software Engineering Institute at Carnegie Mellon University and a member of the Board of Directors of the Computing Research Association.
Great. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to talk to such an important group and share some of the work that we've been doing through the IEEE Computer Society. Let me just bring up my slides here. Let's see. Hold on, I'm having 1 minute just to share. I don't know why I'm having trouble sharing here. Sorry about that. Good. So what I would like to do is, hopefully the slides are presenting, but what I would like to do today is talk about, as the moderator mentioned, a series of technical forums that we've done through the IEEE Computer Society. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I was the 2021 president of the Computer Society, and this Technical Forums is a series of events that we started during my tenure as the president. And one of the reasons that we started this area of activity is that I heard from our members so very often that these issues around kind of the misuse of the digital platforms that we all rely on in our day-to-day work, the hate speech, the misinformation, the disinformation, as being one of the areas that they were most concerned about as computing professionals. These are things that we see in the news every day, as I don't need to tell all of you here. And it's an area of increasing concern and sensitivity for the computing profession. And so therefore, we felt like this was something that we really needed to do to serve the larger community. So if I could just leave you with a few thoughts as I walk through the rest of my talk today. One is that we really approach the problem from the point of view of computer and software science. That the systems on which this misinformation is being pushed out on which the hate speech is riding, these are engineered systems, and we can make conscious choices about how we engineer these systems, just as we make conscious decisions about all the other technical trade-offs that we need to make. The second thing that's going to be the theme of my talk today is that we can't do this alone. That I think we've, in a way, hurt ourselves in the computing profession by looking at these issues from a technical point of view without the larger context for too long. And as you'll see as I walk through this, what we've tried to do with these technical forums is to have the larger conversation, to bring in a lot of the external experience to help us understand the repercussions, to help us understand the context in which the systems are used and misused. And as we do that, to come up with a set of best practices, or better practices at least for ourselves, about how the systems get engineered and what that really means. Okay, so on the next slide, what I'm showing here is just a brief introduction to the Computer Society. As the moderator mentioned, this is one of the largest, if not the largest, global communities for software and computing professionals. And the data on the chart is just here to give you a little bit of a sense of the reach, of the real breadth of the activities that we do. Some of the things I'd like to call out here are, a lot of the scientific publication that talks about how to engineer these systems better, comes out through the IEEE Computer Society. That's one of our major areas of work, and the services we provide to the larger community is to support that discussion about what it means to do good engineering of these systems. One of the other things I'd like to call out is another major area of our work is around technical standards. So we have 214 standards across all different types of technical issues. But these are really reflective of how the community has come together and hashed out some of the disagreements and come up with a consensus view of what it means to do good engineering. We have technical standards that talk about how to engineer these systems to be reliable, to be available, so that we can make sure that they're cost efficient, so that we can do the right thing for the stakeholders that are using them, as well as that are paying for the systems. And I think one of the things we'd like to see come out of this technical forum is perhaps a new emphasis on how we engineer these systems around issues like hate speech, how we can make them more transparent. If there are community standards about what it means to be aware of misinformation, disinformation, and issues like that, and how we deal with it from an engineering point of view. And again, this slide is really just a quick summary of why we have felt like this is an issue of interest, not just to the larger community, obviously, but to the computing professionals as well. As I mentioned, I think over the last several years, and particularly last year when I was able to go around and do my listening tours of our larger community, there's a growing recognition across the board that, yes, of course, there's concern about the misuse, the hate speech, the misinformation that gets pushed out, but also a recognition that underneath it all, these are based on computing, networking, and software technologies. And that's the part of this that we know and can do something about. Some of the quotes I'd like to put here from some of our stakeholders. First, Hani Farid, a professor from University of California, Berkeley. I think it's important to articulate, as he's done here, that of course, misinformation is not new. Of course, hate speech has been around for a long time. This is, in some sense, not a new problem. But I think as a computing professional society, we have to recognize that it would not be having the impact that it does today if not for the computing, networking, and software technologies that push it out to so many people around the world so quickly. And with various different choices that have been made about vetting that information before it goes out. So I think that there is a part of this that's new, a part of the larger impact that we're all dealing with today, and that is something that we can deal with as a computing issue. And it's not just us, it's not just random people in the community, I guess I should say too. So the second quote there is from the U.S. National Science Foundation in a call for information that they put out earlier this year, recognizing that it's the new technological advances that have enabled this manipulated information to have the reach and have the impact that it's having today. And of course, the National Science Foundation in the U.S. is one of the largest funding agencies for computing research. So the fact that they're recognizing this as a problem and calling the community together to send in information and to try and do something about it is reflective of, I think, the breadth and the recognition of the issue. Okay, the second major bullet here is I do want to say that this is not completely new to the profession. There is a growing interest not only in understanding the problem and trying to talk about it, but in doing something about it. And over the last several years, this has really become an issue of kind of full-fledged academic inquiry, just like a lot of the other more traditional issues that we look at in computing. And so I've tried here just to show a slice of the data. If I look in our digital library for IEEE, where we accumulate a lot of the scientific publications around computing research and the way that our systems are used, engineered. If we look for terms such as hate speech and social media together, we see vanishingly few papers in the time period from 2014 to 2017, and then a steady growth afterward. And of course, each of these papers accumulates scientific inquiry, a conscious decision to study the issue, to try to quantify the effects, to try to look at how we can engineer the issues and the systems better as we go on. And that's the last year, for which we have full year data, is last year, where it's been up to 71 papers. So still, as things go, not as big as some of the other areas of inquiry that we look at in the scientific literature, but the level of growth, the level of continued focus, and the level at which the community continues to bring in new voices to continue to look at these issues, I think is reflective. Okay. And of course, as a data person myself, I have to say that this is, of course, just one proxy. This is one small slice of the larger types of issues that are being addressed in our community. But I think it's reflective of the growth and the interest that's going on there. And then finally, I think one thing that we're also dealing with in the computer society and in the larger computing profession is, again, just the larger recognition that our technologies are not do not exist in a vacuum. So again, in the U.S., and I apologize for the U.S.-centric nature here, but that's the environment that I know the best. But the U.S. National Academies earlier, I think this year or last year, put out a study on responsible computing research. and really making the call that these engineering practices, the engineering inquiry that goes into this, needs to be much more reflective of the level of impact that our systems are having and the way that they've been misused, especially at the societal scale that the digital platforms represent. Okay. So with that, what I wanted to do then was pivot and talk about what we've done in the Computer Society. And again, I want to really reflect what we've done so far, but also continue to make the call that we can't do this alone. And we continue to welcome the voices and having the conversation as we go forward. We like to point out that the tech forum that we started last year was done not only, I think, Dr. Obler and myself were the co-chairs, but we worked with a much larger set of volunteers within the Computer Society and had visibility all the way up to the Computer Society Board of Governors, which really does reflect, of course, we have a large and global community, so it's very hard to come to some kind of consensus across the entire population. But having the blessing of the Board of Governors really does reflect the level of seriousness and importance that the society gives to this. And really what we've been trying to do ever since is bring together not only our technology leaders, but the policymakers. We know that there's a lot of this is really going to be addressed through public policy because that's just the nature of the problem. And there's a lot of competing issues that need to be brought together through that. But we need to have that dialogue between the policymakers and the technology leaders in order to say how can the technology help and where are the boundaries among some of the issues in this problem. We brought together the research community, as Andre just presented in his talk a moment ago. A lot of effort is going into trying to quantify the problem and understand even what's out there so that we can get a better handle on it, and then work our way forward into being able to address it better in the engineering practices. And then finally, concerned professionals, because as I mentioned, I think this is an area in which a lot of the stakeholders and the people working in the field recognize this as a problem that they would like to do something about. And without help from the larger society and without help from the profession, it's very difficult to know what you can do as a single individual person. Okay. As I mentioned, I'll talk more about this on the next slide, but to make sure that we were running the tech forums and hitting the right intersection of all these issues, we did bring together government, industry, and civil society leaders, as well as academia, to make sure that we could understand what some of the technologies people were trying to do to address these issues and how they were working. And then we had the panels, we tried to get the information out, but then really made this as interactive as possible. Because again, with issues like this that really are so broad and impactful across all of society, it cannot be just a broadcast issue, that we need to hear from the groups, we need to hear from the participants what they're seeing. And then I think things that will resonate to everyone in this room, we really tried to focus in on a number of, we tried to group our concerns into a number of different areas. And so we looked at things like hate speech. We looked at the issues and the ways in which that hate speech and the online forums can lead to radicalization, can really not only push out bad information, but can use that information to impact activities in the real world. And then levels of misinformation, disinformation. And the distinction we were trying to make there was just misinformation in the sense of bad information that gets carried along and repeated, perhaps not without malicious intent, but still having an impact. And then disinformation, where actors, from the state level down to individuals, can push out false and misleading information because they are trying to have that effect. And sometimes there's different ways that we can address those different issues there. And again, this is really just to bring together some of to show some of the different perspectives we had on this. Hopefully, if you can read the slide in the smaller type there, you can see that, again, we did have academics, we did have policymakers, we did have folks from commercial industry. I think it's very important to hear from them, what it is that they're doing and how they feel that their legitimate profit motives bump up against their also responsibilities to be good, concerned stewards, of the public space. And I, again, put this up mainly to show that this is the kind of conversation we'd like to continue to have. And I know there's a lot of people in this room today that can really have a perspective that they would like to share. We'd really love to hear from you going forward to make sure that we're, again, keeping focus on the right things. Okay, and if I can take just a few last minutes here, I wanted to go through and, in the words of some of our panelists, really just hit some of the broader issues I would really like to point out here. Again, it was wonderful to have the UN Special Rapporteur join us last year, because I think, among other things, he really helped us understand the scope of the problem. And very pointedly, I think, made the connection for us that a lot of the hate speech that goes out there, a lot of the misinformation and disinformation that's pushed out, it's not an equal opportunity offender in a way, that it's often aimed at the most vulnerable communities. It's often aimed at the marginal communities that either aren't aware of or can't get access to the help they need to combat some of the issues. And of course, keeping that larger context, I'm sure resonates with everyone at the forum here today, but also has to be something that we keep an eye on as we go forward and think about engineering these global systems. We heard from Alistair McGibbon, who's been working these policy issues from within the Australian government for some time, has been a special advisor there and I believe a policymaker himself. And I think he, with his quote there in the center, really reflected a lot of the frustration that we're hearing from the larger community today. That, these issues, although they continue to snowball and we can continue to get more focus and more attention to them, have not been unknown for a long time. That these issues have been out there and impacting the world. And if people had the time to stop and look and understand what was happening, it's not like these things have been secrets. But the amount of work that's been done to really address them has been lacking, and has been something that I think a lot of us would want to see more of. And that's why I think bringing together the policymakers and the increased frustration I hear from them about the continued impact and continued misuse of the hate speech that goes out, I know it feels like a greater and greater incentive every year to do something about it. And we'd really like to make sure that the technologists who understand the underlying issues have a chance to be at the table and be part of that conversation, so that the policies that get enacted can be as focused and as impactful as possible. We'd like to work together on that. And then again, Hani Farid, a university professor, really talks a lot about something that's, I think, been missing, which is the issue of accountability. That is, as things go out, I think a lot of times some of the issues around hate speech and the things that get said, especially in the anti-Semitic world, people can hide behind the fact that, well, I've heard, I've put this out there, but I'm not necessarily endorsing it. And I think that's been disingenuous in a lot of cases, obviously. We still have to be very careful about how freedom of speech obviously bumps up against some of these larger issues. But I think we do see an appetite for moving some of these systems into a place where there's more accountability and responsibility for the things that get pushed out and the impacts that they can have. And again, from an engineering point of view, understanding how we make that happen, perhaps getting rid of some of the anonymity, the opportunity to be anonymous that some of our social media users have, might be one way to do this. And there's, of course, engineering repercussions and ways that we have to think about that from a technical point of view. Okay. Looking at a couple points that I'd like to highlight from the technical side, of course, we look at this and we'd like to continue to explore within the computing profession things like what Andre had just talked about so very eloquently, how the software tooling can help us. And there's a lot of space, I think, for computer translations, as Andre mentioned, to help us address these things at scale across so many different communities. There's a lot of work going on currently about using artificial intelligence and machine learning to be able to spot disinformation campaigns as it goes out, and to be able at least to flag it so that humans in the loop can do something about it. But of course, this even though there's helpfulness there, I think we have to be very careful about not pinning too many hopes on that, at least at the current level of the technology. And so one of the things we'd like to continue to see the computing profession focus on as we go forward is how these things cross different cultural and language boundaries. And so the point made here by Ellen Judson, that Silicon Valley has the wherewithal. We have a lot of great data scientists there that would like to do something about this. We do have the wherewithal from an engineering point of view to use algorithms to help us spot misinformation as it goes out and find things to do about it. But these are things that are only going to work in context that we know very well. And so when we try to take some of this up, things that we might have been able to use to help address perhaps an issue around anti-Semitism, and then try to take that technology to other issues related to hate speech. We have examples now where that doesn't work very well because we don't understand the nuances of the language, or the folks programming the algorithms, I should say, don't understand the nuances of the language or the ways in which words are used. And so I think folks here in the room, I hope, have an appreciation for how some of what we would call in the US the dog whistles, some of the coded language that people use to address anti-Semitism and still try to not run afoul of the censors. We have that problem in spades as we try to work across different communities around the world. And so we need, again, the help of the folks in those contexts, who know the context, who know the language, to help us make sure that the algorithms are doing the right thing. Trying to figure out how to address these things, I thought we had some very interesting points from our representative from TikTok, the policy director there, who looked at US trust and safety. I think a lot of times we kind of focus on the problem as trying to bat down the negatives or take away the negative pieces. And what they've been finding now through practice is that one of the things that's also necessary is to find ways to address the opposite, to amplify the good, in order to call attention to the authentic context and content, and make sure that folks are understanding, the difference between the good and the bad content that gets pushed out around the world.
And
then finally, a very provocative.
You have only 3 minutes left, so I think that you have to conclude.
A very provocative comment from Lord Pickles, saying that there are bottlenecks. There are, trying to address this in all different contexts might be a very challenging thing. But can we focus in on a few major issues in terms of technology that really broadly crosses a lot of these issues and try to address the conversation there? Okay, and so in my last few minutes, I would just like to end by saying, again, we're continuing that conversation this year. We really do need a lot of the expertise, a lot of the knowledge that's here in the room today, and so we'd really invite you to come and join us for that. We have a series of events coming up later this month, including fake images, hashtag fake images virtual museum tour, that I think might be of some familiarity to folks in the room, and then continuing the conversation with panels on hate speech, extremism, exploitation, and misinformation. For folks in the room who might have a role to play in public policy, we've specifically set aside one of our sessions where we will take all kinds of questions from the public policy folks. I'll flip to the next slide. Sorry. If you're interested, there's the link for the website that we have for the 2022 events. And if I've put my email there at the bottom of the page, because if you're interested, particularly in that public policy workshop, please do let me know. Again, we are trying to make this as helpful and as able to address a wide variety of questions as possible. The more people we have sending in questions, the better a job we can do at having our members, our technology experts, our public policy experts to get together to address them. And so we are trying to do our part of being part of the conversation and providing useful resources that goes out. We'd also like to hear from you and continue to understand how we can continue to address some of these issues and continue to educate not only the larger populace, but the computing professionals that are building these systems and need to understand the engineering rigor, the engineering ethics that are going to inform future updates and future systems as well. So with that, thank you very much for the time today. I hope we'll have some time for Q&A perhaps at the end of the session, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. I think it's always very interesting to hear the point of an engineer, especially when we're talking about platforms and social media. And I think that bringing together policymakers, researchers, and computing professionals is the first step for a beneficial dialogue. So I would like to introduce to Mrs. Felicia Waldman. Να καλέσουμε στο βήμα την κυρία Waldman, η οποία είναι καθηγήτρια.
Who is a professor at the Center of Jewish Studies at the University of Bucharest. She's responsible for the program on Jewish culture and program. She has issued 4 books and more than 50 articles. She has published them. Education on Holocaust and Remembrance in Romania and Romanian Jewism are her specialties. She has worked together with Yad Vasem and with many academies. She was the former president of education group in IHRA and associate deputy head of the Romanian delegation and the Committee on the Holocaust. And she will present the best practices in Romania for fighting anti-Semitism in social media.
Of Romania, where everything was a trial by error. We tried everything, and we have found out that some things are more successful than others. And I will start with the law, because of course the first step was to try and address the issue of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial through the law. And the first law in Romania against anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial was issued in 2002. From that point of view, Romania can be regarded as a leading country in this legislation issue, because it has updated this law several times, and it's very advanced. It addresses most issues that are related to both anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. But in the 20 years that it has been enforced, only one case made it to court, and even that one did not up in a conviction. So that tells you it's a very good instrument, but it's ineffective if it's not well enforced. Why is it not well enforced? On the one hand, because although Romania has adopted the IHRA working definition on anti-Semitism, there have not been many trainings for the law enforcement or judiciary. So in many cases, they have no idea what they're dealing with. It's not necessarily ill will. Sometimes they really don't know how to address the issue. Other times, of course, it's their own opinions which are shared with the accused, but it's not the main issue. The main issue is lack of understanding, lack of training. So this has been addressed again through the settlement of a national strategy for combating anti-Semitism. This is, let's say, working a little bit better, because this involves most state institutions which are coordinating their efforts in this way, and they are able to put pressure on those institutions which are less active than the others, and it's been at least working for 2 years now, and it's making some progress. So that's a good example. That's a good practice which may help in other places as well. But of course, the question is, even if the law is enforced, is this the answer? I mean, is fear of the law going to help fight anti-Semitism or Holocaust denial? We know from the education system that students should not regard denying the Holocaust as wrong because it's dangerous, it's going to be punished, but because it's wrong, but because it's not real information, it's not accurate information. So it's not always that imposing the law is the best answer. Of course, regardless of how cliche it might sound, education is the answer, as was said here before. And in this regard, again, we have many options, many trials that we have seen during the years in Romania. And I will give you several examples to see how we mapped the topics. One of them is the Center for Monitoring and Combating Anti-Semitism. This is an NGO, but it's been around since the 1990s. It's been affiliated to the Anti-Defamation League, and it is the best resource in terms of anti-Semitism in Romania. It documents every case of anti-Semitism that is in the public realm, that is information, publications, websites, everything they monitor and everything they find, they make press releases about, they make annual reports, they have a Facebook page. So we have a very good resource in this MCA, as they are known, in terms of what is happening with anti-Semitism in Romania. And they are used as a resource by the authorities as well. There are other NGOs, of course, but this is the most important because of their reports and their press releases, which address most cases. Rarely is something happening that they don't know of. Also, they sometimes make official complaints to the authorities about these cases. The institution that actually does most of the official complaints is the Elie Wiesel Institute for the Study of the Holocaust in Romania. That is a different branch. So the MCA deals with anti-Semitism only or mostly. The Holocaust denial is not precisely their topic. On the other hand, the Elie Wiesel Institute is precisely dealing with the Holocaust. The Elie Wiesel has several, let's say, directions. One is this legal aspects, and they are issuing legal advice, they are making legal complaints, but they also use educational tools. They also organize teacher training sessions. They are now organizing the Museum of the Holocaust in Romania, the National Museum, because we do have a museum that belongs to the community, to the Jewish community. But there is a National Museum of the Holocaust that is going to be created, and the Elie Wiesel Institute is dealing with that. Then we have another very important institution which belongs to the Jewish community, and that is the Center for the Study of Romanian Jewish History. This is the, let's say, research arm of the Jewish community. It's a center that deals with documents, with archives. They have the Jewish archives. They are issuing publications, books, reviews, materials, and everything. And they have a very good website where they provide what we call accurate information. This is one way to fight denial of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism by providing good resources about these topics, resources where people can find not only information, not only accurate information, but also documents, because of course it's always harder to contest documents than stories. Now, there was another institution which was very active and which provided a lot of important information and resources for education, and that was the Association of Romanian Jews Victims of the Holocaust. As the title says, these were the survivors. Now, by the laws of nature, this organization, which was an NGO, this organization is disappearing, because less and less survivors are today alive and able to participate. However, their instruments are still used because they made recordings, they made publications, they made agreements with school to provide for free all these materials so that they can be used in the education process. We also had a director, a film director, who died recently, who produced several films about the Holocaust and purposefully made them available free of charge to schools and the education system. They are artistic films which are shown in cinemas, but for schools they are free of charge, and schools have them and can use them. Now, Mark was mentioning a very important issue earlier. It's very important to know something about the Jews, to know who Jews are, what is a Jew, who is a Jew, because in many cases in Romania, despite the fact that before the Second World War, we had a population, a Jewish population of almost 800,000 Jews, today there are less than 6,000, less than 1%. There are many places where there have not been any Jews for 20, 40, 50 years. So in those places, the young children, everybody, but the young children in the education system have no idea what a Jew looks like. They don't have a reference point. And I can tell you from our experience, we had a very interesting such case in a small town in Moldova, which before the Second World War had somewhere around 70% of the population was Jewish, so Jews were the majority in that small town. Today there is no Jew left. And we had an exhibition about Jewish life. And the first reaction of the children when looking at the pictures were, oh, but they look like us. They were expecting to see aliens. They were expecting to see something so different. And suddenly they were shocked they look like us. So indeed it's very important, and for that there is a European project, I don't know if you know about it, it's called Pathfinder. And this project takes young people, young children, students from various minorities, not just the Jewish minority, but also the Jewish minority, takes young people from various minorities and prepares them to appear before their peers in schools, high schools and universities and talk about their identity. so that people can see what is a Jew, who is a Jew, what does it mean to be Jewish, because it's always harder to hate someone you know. It's easy to hate someone you don't know or you just imagine, but it's harder to hate someone you relate to, someone you see, someone you talk to, someone who tells you about their tradition. And here I will mention another thing, because it's always good to relate to what the previous speakers spoke about. In Romania, all our synagogues are open to everyone. Not only open, but we invite people to come, especially to holidays, to see what a Jewish holiday is like, precisely to fight stereotypes, because stereotypes usually portray Jewish life in a certain way. Now, we invite people to come and see a real holiday, a real Jewish synagogue, a real Jewish holiday. Not only that we invite them, not only that we tell our friends, come to the synagogue for this holiday or that holiday, we organize school visits to synagogues, so that schools can come with their children, their students, to see a synagogue, to ask questions, to talk to the rabbi, to talk to the people in the synagogue, and understand. And they are, of course, encouraged to ask any kind of question, no matter how strange they may think it is. So it's an invitation, an open invitation. And I can give you another example. This very Saturday, next Saturday, on the 15th of October, we have what we call the Night of Open Synagogues. So we have all the synagogues in the country will be open, and during the night of Saturday to Sunday, everyone will be welcome to come and visit the synagogues, where there will be small events and small food offerings, so people can see what Jewish food is, what Jewish traditions are, and what is a synagogue. So for those who cannot come during daytime, during the visit time, this is the night of the open synagogues. Then, one of the other ways we are trying to combat misinformation, wrong information, anti-Semitism, and Holocaust denial is by providing information about not only Jewish history in Romania, which, by the way, we try to impose the idea that Jewish history is part of Romanian history, is part of national history. It's been treated for a very long time like a separate history, and they are so interrelated you cannot really separate one from the other. So we are trying to get this idea into, especially into the education system, because for a long time, even in the education system, the course was not called History of Romania, it was called History of the Romanians. So it was a separate history that did not involve any minority. Now, this is undergoing a change now, and the minorities are introduced in history classes today. But especially for that, one of the issues that we are trying to raise with the education system, and this is working, is to provide information about the contribution of the Jews to the history of Romania, to the development of Romania, to the cultural, medical, whatever field in Romania, because this contribution is not known. And people don't understand that without this contribution, history would not have been the same. One exercise, for instance, is to try and tell people to imagine Bucharest without the Jewish contribution. Half of the city would not be there, in terms of architecture, in terms of constructions, in terms of anything you can imagine. So this is a good exercise. What would your world look like without the Jewish contribution? Then another issue, by the way, I have a comment to what Zanet was saying earlier about your name appearing on the website. Now, I have to tell you that in the 90s, the far-right movement in Romania had a much more accurate list of ourselves than the Federation of Jewish Communities. They published online a list of Jews who were dealing with topics related to Holocaust, anti-Semitism, and so on, which was much better documented than our own. So this is not something new. This happens everywhere. Now, another way which has been very successful in our case is to get students appropriate the internet. Get the internet, take over the internet, not just look for information, but create content. And for that, we have an excellent partnership with an Austrian organization that is called Centropa from Vienna, which has an excellent tool whereby they invite students from any country. They have an open tool. It's not related to a specific country. They have contents related to several countries, but the tool is open to any country. And they have this instrument whereby they invite students to create short films, not more than 10 minutes, about a Jewish place, let's say, a Jewish personality, or Jewish food. You will laugh, but many students go for Jewish food. they actually cook Jewish food and film themselves cooking Jewish food. And these films are in a contest, and they get prizes, of course. So that makes them, on the one hand, proud that they get prizes. Secondly, proud that their films are on YouTube, and you can still see them. Some of these films were created years ago because this project has been ongoing, but they are still there, and students can always relate to them and can always praise themselves. My film is on YouTube, and these films are very good, actually. They are well documented. Of course, young children know how to use the tools, the digital tools, and this is something that involves them. And that is the tool that is most successful, involving the students, not just giving them information, but having them participate in creating information, creating tools, creating materials for the education of their peers. So from that point of view, this is very, indeed very successful. And it's been going on even during the pandemic, of course, because these films can be done on the street. They don't need too many people in one place. So it continued, and they were very, very successful precisely because it was a time of constraints, restraint, and not many options for them to be creative. So what I'm trying to say is that one of the most successful, most effective ideas has been this combination, this teaming up between accurate information from various scholarly actors, academic actors, archives, and so on, with the education system so that students learn more than just, as I said, to use the internet and to appropriate the internet, but to differentiate between the sources. It's very important that students know how to make the difference between a serious website with correct information, accurate information, and a website that promotes anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial. Because they are, as Leon was mentioning earlier, much more skilled in the internet than their professors, their teachers, they should be able to differentiate themselves before coming to the teacher. And that is something that we have been doing in Romania, and it's turned out to be successful. This teaming up between accurate information and the education system, so that the education system, the teachers, start learning how to instruct their students to choose their sources so they do not show up in class and ask questions from silly websites when they can first evaluate themselves whether the website is reliable or not. And from that point of view, we, as I said, we have some materials that were created. For instance, and I will give just this example, the school inspectorate in Iași, which is a place where the most important pogrom of the Second World War took place in July 1941, 29th of June, 3rd of July. And in Iași today, they created, the local school inspectorate created a resource material, an instrument for both teachers and students, which helps them with a bibliography, with websites, with instructions how to differentiate between the sources. So this is something that is a pilot project, let's say, and we are willing to share these ideas with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always very interesting for both policymakers and educators to hear what's happening in another country. And personally, I'm really glad because I hear all these good practices, and we're sharing some common ones. I mean, that, yes, and it's always really nice to hear about that. Θα καλέσουμε στο βήμα την κυρία Δόμνα Χατζηγιαννακού.
We will now call upon Ms. Dobna Hatzis, who is an educator and candidate for a PhD from the University of Athens. She has a long experience with educational programs. During her career at junior and senior high school, she has created programs not only against anti-Semitism and for Holocaust remembrance, but also on human rights and other sensitive issues. Today, she's going to present to us an innovative problem she created about 8 years ago with using the Facebook at a time when Facebook was maybe a unique social medium and very popular, and this was an innovative program and had brought together students or pupils from 2 countries. So you have the floor. But I would like to be able to see my presentation. Here it is. So good afternoon, everyone. During these 2 days, we have listened to very interesting presentations, which have caused us to become mobilized and concerned about what is happening that might lead to racism and intolerance. That is why we have decided to end on a rather optimistic tone and remember this practice which we implemented as a pilot project in 2014-2015 using the Facebook, which was much more famous at the time among young people. Now they are turning more or less their back to it. So this program was implemented during the school years of 2014-2015, and it brought together my school in Athens, in Smyrni, and with a school from Florida, USA. That was a proposal from the Ministry of Education and the General Secretariat of Religious Affairs, where we should set up a program that would bring together 2 schools from 2 sides of the Atlantic. So we brought these schools together. A team was created. I was the supervisor from the Greek side, and my colleague Maureen Holzer from the Florida side. We tried to implement the program under the auspices of the Ministry of National Education and Religious Affairs. The aim was to set up a group made up of pupils from 2 both schools to work on the issue of genocides. But of course, when we are dealing with a state school, things are cannot move very fast. We needed to follow all the necessary red tape requirements. So first we submitted an application to the ministry. The program was approved by the General Secretariat of Religious Affairs. It was subsequently approved by the school director and the Teachers Association. And then I had to set up a group. So I had made an initial contact with some children who I knew would be interested. So I sent a letter of information to their parents and guardians and received their approval for their children to take part in the program. So there were some basic requirements that the children, as well as we, should have a Facebook page. Then that the children would know English well enough to be able to communicate. And in my case, for my children, I had set another requirement for them to take part in the group. I had given them an initial assignment, and I will follow on what the previous colleague said, using the Centropa material, I used the Centropa short film relating to a case, the Molho film, which relates to a Jewish family of Thessaloniki. So we worked on this film, and I asked them to make a presentation, either creative writing or a painting or write a text or create a video. Every one of the children had to make to present something in relation to this film, so as to prepare the stage. So that is how my team was set up. I then contacted my colleague. We did not know each other. We only knew our respective names. So using Facebook and email, we met. We became acquainted. We set the objectives and the framework of the program. Each of us made an investigation to set up their group. As I just told you what I did, I requested a deliverable, and finally we set up a joint Facebook group for the Florida and the Greek students. So it was more or less a 50 people group. But I was a bit sly, and I had created another Facebook group because I wanted to be able to prepare my children, my pupils, to coach them a little bit on how to work on this issue. Now, that's how we started with the activities. First of all, the two teachers introduced ourselves for the teams to get to know us. We said a few things about ourselves, what we like. I also uploaded a picture from an island that I really love, that is Patmos, so that they could have a picture of Greece. And then the children introduced themselves. Here we are. For instance, in this case, this is one of our students from my senior from high school. She introduces herself, and she decided to add a sketch of herself because she is an artist. Then children started discussing a number of issues that related to genocides. You obviously understand there was an encouragement. Each teacher was encouraging her respective students, and we were providing materials to our children to present their thoughts and feelings. We started with a Molho film, that the Greek students had seen. We urged the Florida children to watch it as well, and they started discussing it. Then we used another short film which is based on Antonis Samarakis' novel The River, which is has an anti-war perspective, as well as the story about the hidden children of the Holocaust. Very often the children would upload different articles on issues related to genocides. On the anniversary of the Armenian genocide, they uploaded this post, which was actually earlier. The children were reading books. We tried to give them, to assign them books that could be found both in Greek and in English, such as The Boy in the Striped Pajama. Both teams visited their respective Jewish museums, and they discussed what they had seen. what was also very interesting that really moved the children and raised their interest is the meeting and discussion with people who had some experience of the Holocaust. We were able to have the honor of having a discussion with Heinz Cunio from Thessaloniki. He is a Holocaust survivor. You can see his face on the screen and the children. He talked to the children. He related his experience to them. They exchanged views, as well as the Florida children were able to discuss with a descendant of a Greek that had helped Jews by issuing false ID cards to them. And they started debating the issue. Other awareness-raising issues. Some children, some of these guys were more talented, like one of our own pupils that was keen on writing. She wrote a novel, a short story rather, on the occasion of her seeing a pair of shoes that are exposed at the Holocaust museum, she wrote a short story. Also, on the anniversary of the Armenian genocide, there was an event organized at the center of Athens. I informed them, I urged them. They took some pictures and they showed them to their Florida friends. We then follow the Auschwitz trip followed. The Nea Smyrni children were represented in this trip because they had won this competition. They visited, they told their Florida counterparts about their feelings, and there were other issues that came up as well, because children want to play, want to get to know each other. For instance, New Year wishes or holiday wishes, and people were talking to one another about where they would go. From Florida, we got these prom pictures. Our pupils were were admired, and they were asking us, why can't we have such a prom in order so that we can dress like this too. And little by little, we came to the end of the school year. All children from both sides were writing about their experience throughout the year. It was a very interesting process. There were some issues. For instance, we did get some gate crashers, thankfully innocent ones, not people who would question the truth of these stories, for instance. But we had an American visitor who from the States who wanted to sell phones. Well, my American colleague removed him. Another issue, which we also saw during the course of this year, was that sometimes the children did not communicate as frequently as at the beginning. So we needed to intervene to increase the pace of the communication. After so many years we see that, in hindsight, we see that some things could have be done better. For instance, we should have set the objectives more clearly than we initially did. We wanted to allow them more general scope, but maybe we should have been more specific because we wanted a job to be done. And at some points, we should have tried to redirect we, the educators, to redirect them or to interfere, but we wanted to see how things would turn out, and it did not turn out very badly at all. Something which we should have done, and if I were to do it again, I would have done it. I believe that we should have had a deliverable at the end, that this whole group should be cooperating in order to do something, but that was a final exam season for our children and the prom season for the others, and we were not able to do anything like that. Even a poster or a short video or something would have been good. And also, we should have presented the result of this project to be presented both to the rest of the school and to the local community. In our local area, people were not aware of of this project, nor were the many other children in the school. But still, there were benefits. It was very important that the children were practicing another language, that they became familiar with the digital means in a manner that allows them to be more to use them more creatively, and they were aware of, and we were aware of all the risks of that process. The two teachers were playing the role of that the technical colleagues were discussing. We were becoming the algorithm or the filter. It was a creative human process, and we had to play that role. But children realized that using Facebook, one can do different things. Of course, they became more sociable. I know that some of these children are still communicating with the children on the other side, so they bridged the distance. They accepted the diversity. They were black students or Hispanic students on the Florida side. Our group was more or less homogeneous, but they saw things that maybe they had not thought possible in their own school. Awareness was raised on a number of social issues about relating to what we had discussed here, and we were able to fight both racism and distortion of facts. So, when after the completion of the project, we were thinking about statements as this, that when you connect to the social media, you disconnect from life, we realized that no, this is not so, that the social media can bring children together and energize them and raise awareness among children. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that this was the optimistic tone of this two-day discussion, where we can see that the social networks can have a positive side if used properly. I don't know whether there are any questions. No. Apparently. I have a question to Andre, if he's still connected, that is.
So do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay. Please go ahead.
So I think that your project is extremely interesting, but I don't know if I missed it or I didn't understand it. So you are reporting what's happening. After that, what? Are you taking all this? Are you gonna publish them? What you're gonna do with all this incidents that you are reporting?
This is a very good question. I forgot to mention this. So, two things. So this is the Australian collection of data over 12 months. In the middle of the year, around May, we will be producing a report giving the summary of the statistics and examples of what we've collected. That will be published by my organisation and made freely publicly available. Around October, we will be compiling all of the data again, including what happens after the first report. And that data will be shared with the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, who will be including details on the full 12 months as part of their annual anti-Semitism report. This is a report that's been produced for decades and really focuses on physical attacks and incidents of anti-Semitism. It's always had some examples of internet-related content, but this project will significantly increase the rigour and the amount of data that is in that report in relation to online anti-Semitism. And that will be a first this coming year.
Thank you.
I will also add, we will be sharing the data with the platforms, at least those that we do have positive relationships with, in the hope that they will actually remove the content. Meta, for example, both my organisation and the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, we meet with them regularly. So that means that we do have the opportunity to raise issues, to highlight where their policies are failing. Here is an example of anti-Semitism. We think it should be removed. Why aren't you removing it? And we can have that discussion.
Thank you so much. Ο κύριος Πρέσβης έχει μια ερώτηση.
The ambassador has a question. Please use a microphone. Dimitris Giannakakis, I have been recently appointed Special Envoy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on anti-Semitism and the protection and defense of Holocaust remembrance. I don't know whether I should ask the question now, but I was inspired by the discussion, which resulted that this is technically a very complex issue. That is, to face anti-Semitism, to fight it, anti-Semitism or Holocaust distortion on the internet. We heard very concrete efforts that have been underway, which are underway actually, and which we hope will yield results even more so in the future. And what I wanted to ask, I don't know whether this is the right moment, but I would like to ask Mr. Polidorakis, maybe you can answer it at the end if you wish. I guess that you would say it is anyway, but all these interesting things that we heard today and yesterday, how can all this be recorded? How do you think of recording them, of making them available, and how we can all enhance them and utilize them in order to have a continuity in what we do? Thank you. If I can answer now. The first, actually, our intention, and I think I said it yesterday at the introduction, is to investigate to what extent these practices that we heard about yesterday and today, how these practices can become a list, a database, I would say. Not just the ones we heard about here, but all the efforts that exist in all the IHRA member states, so that gradually to make it possible for each state and the interested parties, either educators, teachers, or the governments, or anyone else, to be able to use and implement these practices. This is not something new. Efforts have been undertaken in the past. At some point around 2015, we considered that we had something concrete, but the effort went on. We need to investigate it. For me, a good result of this conference is to see that we have the possibility, the potential to create such a database to be used. And of course, we will try somehow to publish electronically the minutes of this conference. Any other question? I think we can go on to our break, and then at 6:15 be back, 6:15 sharp, for Mr. Skina's keynote speech. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. We have the great honor to be connected. He could not be present in person. We have with us the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas. I would like to ask Ms. Anna Michelle Asmakopoulou, MP of the European Parliament, whom we thank very warmly, to say a few words introducing the Vice President. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Municipality of Ioannina and the Hellenic Delegation to the IHRA for the organization of this so very important international conference. It goes without saying that I'm very happy to be in Ioannina. I am in the city where I was born, where my son was born, and where I was raised, and it is also the metropolis and the center of Hellenic-speaking Jewish world, where Jews are here since the late antiquity. I will not give a history course, but I'm very proud that the history of the Jews here is related to the history of my city, and I'm very proud to be a Greek Jew from my mother, and I'm very happy to have Moises Elisaf as mayor in the city. We come from very different political areas, but we have always worked together, and I'm very happy to be with us. Today, younger generations that have not witnessed the atrocity of the Holocaust and who tend to consider some values as granted, but nothing is granted in our times, and this is something that the Holocaust reminds us. Antisemitism presents a very alarming rise in Europe and elsewhere. And this speech in and outside the internet is something despicable. It is something that is considered as an act to be condemned in Greece and abroad. The word Holocaust is Greek. This is what I say when I am abroad. And it means someone who is burned without leaving a trace. And no one can doubt today that the Holocaust against the Jews was the most atrocious, the most heinous crime against humanity. This plan of the Nazi regime led to the execution and extermination of 6 million Jews in Europe during this industry of death established by the Nazis. And 67,000 approximately Greek Jews were exterminated in the camps. As unconceivable is the idea of the Holocaust, equally unconceivable is the denial of the Holocaust. This is why it is important to show zero tolerance to this phenomena. Europe managed to transform this nightmare of Nazism and the atrocities to an illustrious vision that became true, became a reality with the European Union. The European Union is the champion in respect of freedom, human rights, democracy. The denial and questioning of the Holocaust is a threat to democracy and human rights. It comes from those who seek to undermine the European Union, those who want to revise history and who want to bring back darkness. And we are determined in the European Union not to allow that. This is why the European Parliament, and personally speaking, as President of the Transatlantic Friends of Israel, that is the interparliamentary network which brings into contact 165 MPs from both sides of the Atlantic with common values and ideals, we aim at abolishing anti-Semitism, and we wage an uphill battle to have the funding of the Palestinian Authority from the European Union to ban this, especially since we have Palestinian manuals at school that incite to anti-Semitism. The new technologies have given a boost to anti-Semitic speech. We see organizations using the internet and fake news. The speeches and the papers we heard today were very rich, and I want to thank you for illuminating me. We in the European Parliament work a lot on the organization of boycotting so-called well-known BDS. The strategy of the European Union to fight anti-Semitism and the preservation of Jewish life is necessary more than ever. It is a strategy of zero tolerance to anti-Semitism that attempts to put an end to this. I'm certain, however, that more on this you will hear from the most competent person, the next speaker, who is going to conclude the conference, and it is a great honor for me to present him, to present a person. I'm very sorry that he's not with us, but I thank him very warmly for dedicating this time. So I'll give the floor to the Vice President of the European Commission, very well known, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, one of the top and most active European politicians. You remember him as spokesman of the European Commission at times where it was very difficult for Greece. His portfolio is promotion of the European way of life. This is a portfolio where the institutional responsibility of our conference falls into. Mr. Chinas created the European Observatory of Digital Media and participated in Internet campaigns such as Think Before Sharing and Protect the Facts for fighting anti-Semitism, distortion and denial of the Holocaust. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union will continue to support its European community and the Jewish community, and will continue to preserve this because Jewish life is entitled to thrive, and the European way of life is an integral part of the European way of life, and Europe can thrive only when all people in it thrive. So you have the floor, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Ms. Asimakopoulou, my friend Anna Michel, who is one of the most influencing voices in the European Parliament, not only as regards dealing with anti-Semitism, but also for the promotion of the EU-Israel relations. I must admit that I am really sad not to be present in Ioannina today, as we had discussed with Anna Michel, but I am in Brussels just for a few hours as an interval from my trips to the Western Balkans. I have just arrived from Albania and will fly to Sarajevo tomorrow, so it was practically impossible for me to be in Ioannina. So I should also like to congratulate both Mrs. Asimakopoulou, but the city of Ioannina, the mayor, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Greek government for their initiative to organize this international conference, especially at one of the most well-known nucleus of the Jewish communities in Greece. As you know, I am from Thessaloniki, which is another home for Greek Judaism, the Mother Israel. And I am very committed to promoting our small local communities. Yet last year, we held the presidency of the IHRA. It was an excellent opportunity which has promoted the awareness of Jewish life in Greece. The Greek presidency is to be concluded congratulated for their work. I believe that the IHRA is, in the long term, a valuable partner in our fight against anti-Semitism. We still collaborate with them along with the United Nations Organization and UNESCO with the great awareness campaigns, Think Before You Share, or Protect the Facts, as Anna Michel said. Today you were dealing with anti-Semitism in the digital battlefront. That was an excellent choice of subject because this is a modern scourge. The digital anti-Semitism has grown immeasurably during the pandemic. What we saw during that period, that difficult period, was never seen before. The Telegram, Twitter, and Facebook hate content multiplied by 7 in the French language and by 13 in the German language. 9 out of 10 European Jews clearly state in every survey that we organize that the Internet is the highest source of anti-Semitism today. We all know that these conspiratory myths and hate speech is not just a digital phenomenon that stops in the digital world and limits itself among these users. It is possible for this content to become physical attacks, even murders and violent acts in the streets of Europe. And if the problem was exacerbated by the pandemic, and therefore it came to the political forefront in Europe with this irrational war of Russia against Ukraine. We saw another emergence of hate speech. The perpetrator, the aggressor, the Russian side had the goal to speak about the denazification of Ukraine, using all of the means that they had in their disposal to aggress Ukraine. I have to say it very clearly. I also repeated that last January in Thessaloniki during the celebrations in the presence of the President of the Republic. This propaganda, this rhetoric has no place whatsoever in the public discourse and in European democracies. This attempt to distort the history is a threat not only for Jews, it is a threat to the cohesion of our societies, to our values, the values we defend, to the model of our representative societies. Therefore, vis-à-vis these threats, Europe is, I believe, better prepared than ever before. Practically 1 year ago, on the 10th of October 2021, as the competent Vice President, I was honored with the opportunity to present the first campaign in the European history in the fight against anti-Semitism and the Jewish life in Europe. This was a an important, relevant, and politically important initiative that brought Europe at the forefront of the struggle against anti-Semitism. I was also able to present this European strategy at the Malmo summit a few weeks after its presentation in Brussels, where in Malmo this was unanimously approved and applauded by Europe's friends and partners. This has a horizon of 2030 and aims at bringing Europe to the forefront of the fight against anti-Semitism, to bring Europe closer to the State of Israel as a valuable partner that we really need, and at the same time, in order to strengthen the transatlantic alliance and to help our partners in the international fora who can also be our allies. Our European strategy, which is, I would say, the flagship of our EU activities, which is going to be a conveyor belt for all the different political initiatives that Europe is going to deploy until 2030, relies on three main pillars. One is something that we need now more than ever before, which is prevention and fight. In this case, our basic priority is the struggle that we have to give at the digital battlefield. Already the EU has a means to fight against racist crimes and hate speech, including the Holocaust denial and distortion. And what we aim at is to use this, or rather to extend this adequate legal network to cover also the digital world. And in order to achieve this, we had some innovative ideas which are now being deployed. We thought that we should strengthen the organizations of civil society, including the Jewish organizations, to help us and assist us identify different forms of hate speech, including coded anti-Semitic messages, and we also set very strict rules for the big tech like Google, YouTube, in order as regards the digital services they provide. We are therefore building a series of regulatory means that will improve the situation and will allow us to be present, to be much more aggressive in this digital battlefield. The second pillar is also an innovation. This is a dimension on which we had been neglected a little bit by now. It's not just the negative approach to anti-Semitism, but the support and promotion of the European way of life, of the Jewish way of life in Europe. As regards this, we have to take care of problems that really make the European Jewish communities suffer. I know them, I have experienced them. Most important one being the feeling of security of the communities and their places of worship. We have some funds for that. I would like to ask your community to take an interest in those. It is inconceivable that synagogues in Europe to need to be protected by police or sometimes at the expense of the communities themselves. That is, Christian and Muslims are free to access their places of worship. This is an injustice that has to be corrected. We need to safeguard the equality of access to the places of worship in Europe. The third pillar of our strategy is to safeguard the Holocaust remembrance. The last survivors are departing. Very few remain still, and this duty of remembrance of one of possibly the darkest moment in European history should not be lost. And this is our duty not only vis-à-vis the victims and the survivors, but we owe it to ourselves and to our children. At this point in time, 1 out of 20 Europeans has never heard of the Holocaust, and fewer than 50% believe that this is adequately taught in the schools of the EU member states. So, within the framework of this European Year of Youth, we started with a new innovative idea yesterday, the setting up of young European ambassadors of Holocaust remembrance. These people will be properly trained and in a constant dialogue with the survivors and the families and the sources of the Holocaust, will help us keep the stories alive, both in the digital world but also in schools and different local communities. Through this local third pillar, we promote an equally important initiative. It is the mapping and promotion of network of places and locations where the Holocaust happened. And I'm not speaking just about the concentration camps, but also to emblematic places in Europe where the death trains departed, where people were brought into ghettos, all these places around Europe where there is an indelible link to the Holocaust. We are going to map them and remind them to the younger generations through a series of information activities in order to show that the Holocaust is not the history of somebody else. It is our own history. It is the cities where we live, where everything happened. Unfortunately, important funding has been earmarked for these activities in the section for promotion of equality, rights and values. The largest program we have had in many years, for 1.5 billion euros for the next 7 years. A new call for proposals to finance specific actions will be open at the end of this year. And on this opportunity, I would like to ask you to be interested in the program, to see which one of these activities can be funded by the EU. In November, we are going to organize the first civil society forum with 150 representatives of Jewish communities around the world, and of course including Greece. My dear friends, dear Mayor, the fight against anti-Semitism in Europe is a duty of history. It is something that we mainly owe ourselves. It is something that we will not be able to do each one of us on our own. The EU institutions have to coordinate with the member states, the international organizations, the Jewish organizations and Jewish communities all over Europe. In the framework of this strategy, we are going to publish, before the end of this year, the best practice manual in the fight against anti-Semitism and the promotion of Jewish life at the level of cities. This manual could also be used as a point of reference or a source of inspiration for the information activities that should be deployed in Ioannina and, of course, beyond. And what is also important, in my view, is to have the member states that, by the way, were committed last March to develop a national plan against anti-Semitism. We hope that this commitment at the national level will result in 27 national plans for the fight against anti-Semitism with specific activities and initiatives. You can imagine the effect, the influence, the result of such a coordinated work of all these 27 national plans. I take this opportunity once more to express my belief that we are going to, very soon, we're going to receive such initiatives from Greece as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, we can certainly build a Europe where Jewish life will continue to flourish as it always used to flourish in the past. This month is a month of holidays. The Sukkot is already mentioned in the works of Plutarchus. So this is inherent part of European history of life in Europe, and therefore, because we have the opportunity, the responsibility for this portfolio in the European Commission, I want to tell you that this is a battle that we want to win. We will use many means and weapons that did not exist in the past. Maybe Anna Michel has heard me say this before, but I'm going to say it again. This is a discussion I had with David Heinz, the former or the outgoing president of the World Jewish Council, who is a world-renowned personality and a very good friend of Greece, who, when we were concluding the preparation of the European strategy, came to me, he asked to be briefed, and he said to me that I would like you to never forget that for our grandfathers and for our fathers, Europe was hell. Do whatever you can so that when it comes to our children and grandchildren, Europe will be a place where they can feel proud and safe. I think that nobody could have put it better than David, so I would like to use this opportunity to reaffirm my will to work in this direction. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you. I hope that I will be able to meet you in person later. Thank you.
We thank the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, for this very inspired speech. Indeed, let me recall yesterday's announcement of the Deputy Prime Minister of the government that the national plan for fighting anti-Semitism will be drafted very soon. So Greece starts right away the drafting of the national plan to fight anti-Semitism. With Mr. Skinas's inspired speech, our conference is concluded. Please use a microphone. I didn't know that the gentleman wanted to take the floor. Please ask for a microphone. Yes.
Who is this?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dear Mayor, dear Anna Michelle Asimakopoulou, our MP, ladies and gentlemen, I will be very brief. What we heard by Margaritis Chinas was very interesting, and I would say that 8 decades after the most heinous crime against humanity, it is shocking that even today we have deniers of this. The title of the conference, and I want to congratulate the Municipality and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their participation to the International Alliance for Holocaust Remembrance. The title of the conference has 3 evils. It has the Holocaust, its distortion and denial, and the digital battlefield. Digital world is not something evil, it's something good. But it is full of deniers of any rationality, any truth, and any reality. So the work that we have to do is very intense and very substantial. It must be in depth. Margaritis Chinas said that 1 out of 20 Europeans have never heard about the Holocaust. They do not know what it means. I think this is an optimistic number. I'm afraid that the ones who are not aware of the Holocaust are many more. And there is also a sly number of people who, with various motives, show a behavior that could be characterized as putting oil to the fire. The anti-Semitic field is very difficult to control. Mr. Skinas said that the European Commission is preparing measures to face this impunity of the digital world and what we see there. During the presidential campaign in the U.S., when Trump was running against Hillary, they said that when Hillary was visiting a pizzeria, they were killing children and eating them in the basement. And this was spread on the internet as wildfire. And a proponent of Trump went to the pizzeria and killed the owner and tried to find in the basement the children. We see that on the internet, the defenses and the filters are almost inexistent. And the only way to fight this distorted reality, the only way to put an end, to put an obstacle to anti-Semitism and the denial of the Holocaust is education. Education so that children learn what they should learn. And it is very important that the Deputy Prime Minister said in his message that we indeed embark upon the national plan to face anti-Semitism. In this plan, the issue of education, of course, has a very important position. And then the citizens, through the civil society or on an individual basis, have the duty to do away with these islets, which become islands of ignorance, intolerance, and denial of a historical truth. So we, in Ioannina, which is our hometown, we have shown that we have really taken this on board. The mayor is a pioneer in this battle. We are next to the Jewish life, next to this wealth, this wealth of history for this land. Thank you very much. We thank the Deputy Minister for Environment for his words, and we thank all of you on behalf of the Mayor, Mr. Elisaf. Thank you for your presence here. We hope that it was useful. We hope that it responded to your expectations. Thank you all, and have a pleasant evening.